Hey, uh, eh, hey, hey, I here. Just you know, I'm just gonna present this one without context, and here you go. Just you know, there's that, there's that. I got an idea. I got an idea. I got an idea, and it might make it better. Here, just, just hold on. Here, here, here. Now you get it with sound. Ready?
Oh, I've been married a long time ago. What you to come from? What year to go? What you to come from? Bacalado. Oh, I've been married a long time ago.
There you go.
What you to come from? What you to go? What you to come from? Chickenado. Oh, I've been married a long time ago. What you to come from? What you to go? What you to come from? Chickenado. I've been married a long time ago. What you to come from? What you to go? What you to come from? Chickenado. Oh, I've been married a long time ago. What you to come?
All right. All right. All right. You know, you that's your you know, crap post for the day. Are you proud of the internet? Need something to wash your eyes out with? Twins, Basil, twins. Here, I can fix it. I can fix it. There's two. There's two of them. There's two of them. Oh. There's dude, Link. Oh. I lost it. Where was it? Oh crap, it was in the feed. I gotta go find it now. I don't know where it went. Yes, I lost it. I'm sorry, I lost it. The dragon Link. Oh well, whatever. Look at dragons. You know. Yeah. I want to touch it. Yep. So that's the Polaris Dawn Dragon, and then the NASA Crew 9 Dragon. Wait, did they build more? SpaceX has 5. Hold on. List of Dragon capsules. SpaceX has, I think it's 5 Crew Dragon capsules. 4 of them are operational. 1 of them is being built right now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Those 2 are in operation. So here's a list of dragons. So there's 201, which is the one you see in SpaceX's promo videos all the time, right? And then 202, 203. 203 is the one that they use for testing. You've seen that. If you haven't seen it, they use it on the ground. It's like basically a fully operational capsule. They use it for human in the loop testing. So like if you're testing out a mission profile, you put the crew in the capsule and then simulate a real mission. It's basically the ultimate Dragon simulator. 204, we don't talk about that one. Uh, 205 was originally used on Demo 2, but instead flew the Crew Dragon in flight abort test due to the destruction of 204 and was retired afterwards. Yeah, I'm not sure what 205 is doing. Endeavor is up at the space station right now. That's up there with Starliner, with Calypso. Resilience is that one. That's Dragon Resilience right there. That guy. Yeah, that's the one that flew Inspiration 4. 208 is cargo. 209 is cargo. They have 3 cargo dragons. And then 211 is cargo. Endurance. Endurance is scheduled to fly Fram 2, so that's actually probably in the next room over from this, to be honest with you, because Fram 2 is sooner rather than later. And then Freedom is the one that's scheduled to fly Crew 9. So that's Resilience and Freedom right there. Hey, Savvy, 100 months. Nice round, 100 months. Sweet. Thanks, man. And And then 213 is the next one. 213 is the, ironically, the shuttle Endeavor of the crew. On behalf of every Aussie, don't show that again. Sorry, mate. Sorry about that one. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at your entire country, but it's pretty funny, man. Pretty funny, mate. Pretty funny. But yes, okay, that's fair. This reeks of superosity. It's almost odoriferous. Yeah. Yeah. It reeks of maderosity. Maderosity. Yeah. So, yeah, we got 4 operational right now. Endeavor, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom. And then this one is... SpaceX actually opted to build another one. They opted to build another one because of the demand for Crew Dragons. The Axiom missions, the Polaris missions, Fram, like... Pretty good, man. Can we talk about the Polaris Escape engine bays? They look different, eh? What's different about them? These ones have the FOD covers on them. That one, Crew 9 is still going through processing in this picture. It's not finished. This doesn't have the FOD covers on, and that's why there's a trash bag over it. See what I'm talking about? They got the plugs in the Super Dracos up there. And they haven't installed that piece yet. Or, well, I'm not sure if they installed it. It looks like they paint over it. What is Fram? So the Fram 2 mission is an oil filter. No, the Fram 2 mission is a Polar Orbit Dragon mission that's going to fly later this year. It's another crew, commercial crew mission. Not commercial crew like NASA. It's a commercially funded mission. Fram 2 is going to a polar orbit, 90-degree inclination. Nobody's ever done that. Not even Gemini. No one's ever done that before. How do they get those so clean after flight? They clean them and they repaint them, dude. Is it just paint?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I doubt it's just paint, goalie. I mean, it looks like it's paint, to be honest with you. But I'll bet you it's a special type of thermal coating or whatever. Either that or it's just tractor paint. I don't know. Probably not tractor paint. I'm pretty sure tractor paint... Well, tractor paint might survive in the vacuum. We don't know. Tractor paint's pretty strong. Hey, Tara. 87 months. It's got to be some sort of... Yeah, high-temperature epoxy paint. This stuff looks like... It looks pretty thick. If you look at it painted over the screw holes... It looks to be like a lacquer or an epoxy or something. Now, it's probably not any of those, dude. I don't know what it is. It's some type. It's super awesome aerospace grade paint. But yeah, this one is just in a different state of processing, guys. That's all. Yeah, it's this one. Polaris is finished. That capsule's pretty much good to go. This one has a little bit more processing. But yeah. You guys want to know what's crazy? Both of those have been to space multiple times. Like, multiple times at this point. Dude, I've been bugging you for almost 8 years. Yeah. It's obviously engine paint from AutoZone. You know what, Hellfish? I wouldn't be surprised if it's something similar to, like, engine enamel. I wouldn't be surprised. Why wouldn't you do that? Seriously, engine enamel would be perfect for this because it can withstand high heat. Like, really well. I bet you it's an aerospace grade version of that. I'll bet you it is, now that I'm really thinking about it. Because if you look at these pictures, right? You look at that one, that's the same plate. The screws are in the same spots and they've been covered over, so they have to paint it, and it's definitely spray gun applied. Like, look, you could see the sprayer. Like, you could see the, not brush strokes, but you could see where the paint kind of moved around a little bit. That's definitely applied with a spray gun. They didn't brush it on, that's for sure. Dude, I'll bet you that's engine enamel, or at least something similar. Like, you'd be surprised how often it's something Well, first of all, you'd be surprised how often something like engine enamel was something that came out of the aerospace industry. WD-40, for instance. I mean, it's good to 2,000 degrees. Yeah. Is it fiberglass? No. This is some this is the outside of this is like ABS plastic or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is, all systems. The outside of these things. Off the shelf is always good where applicable. It's engine enamel, isn't it? It looks like it. It looks like it's consistent with it. The thickness is consistent. I have engine enamel in my shop. Hold on. So there's a style of automotive paint that you paint motors with, right? I held it up to the microphone for some reason. Whatever. This stuff is good to 288C, so it's got to be like a better version of this. ABS melts at like 100C. Yeah, Alien. I'll bet you it's some type of, not ABS, but it might be, I don't know. Maybe not around the engines. That might be a metal plate. But dude, we've seen when the Dragons come back, it burns the paint off of this. It's some kind of composite plastic or something. It's probably some high strength stuff like header paint. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Where are the emergency escape engines? They're tucked away in this nacelle. They're right there. There's just a cap on them because you don't want like a fly. You don't want like a bug or a bird flying up in there, so they put covers over them. They're called FOD covers. Or in the industry, it's called a plug. I don't call it a plug because it's the internet and people, plug the nozzle. Yeah, nope. So, yeah, it's a FOD cover. Anyway. Yeah, it's probably something similar to that. Like, I don't know exactly what it is, guys, but it definitely looks like it was applied with a spray gun. How much modification would need to be done to the frame for Polaris so they can leave the nose? What? Leave the nose where? Rick and Morty predicted AI-generated content. Oh, yeah, they kind of did, right? Welcome to the cosmic abyss, whatever that is. Goalie, I don't understand the context of what you're asking. I really don't Would they have had to take this one all the way apart down to the frame to modify the hatch? No. No. No, they're, Hey, Cameron, what's going on? How do I say this? No. Here, look. Okay, so take a look at this dragon that's trying to dock. You don't need to take the nose off. The nose has its pieces right here, right? And it opens and closes. The docking port is on a flange, and that flange is interchangeable. It's interchangeable. The NDS, the NASA docking system, or the International Docking System Standard, has a common flange for attaching to things. Here. This is the IDSS PDF. So that's the docking flange. There's your hooks. These are drawings for the angles that you need for the docking pedals. They're called docking pedals. There's 3 of them in the IDSS design. So you have pedal 1 and then the latching system. Between these pedals, this is course adjustment for docking for port alignment, or for hook alignment in this particular case. And these smaller pedals right here are the mechanical latch strikers. So this is course adjustment to line up. That's fine adjustment to line up. And then from there, once you latch, you have drive hooks. Yeah, that's also a pretty interesting piece to make. Your face is a common flange. Yeah, it's a common flange for food. Got them. Yeah, there's your drive hooks right there. There's 12 of them. They latch in series, so 6 of them latch and then 12 of them latch because you don't want to over torque your latching system. It's the same exact kind of idea as like putting a tire on a car, right? You have 6 lugs. You start up here, down there. You go up, down, left, right. You know, you torque in sequence. The hooks drive in sequence, guys. Yeah, like a torque sequence. You don't want to pinch the mating flange. You don't want to get an uneven seal in your your spacecraft docking mechanism. So you drive 6 hooks and then you drive 12. Well, 6 and 6 for the exact reason that I'm talking about. See. Now I'm trying to see if there's the back of the interface for this. The driving hooks can attach. It's a whole modular system. So see this piece down here, the active base down there, that on Dragon is behind those covers. You can take these covers off, and obviously there's your forward-facing Draco engines, right? There's your power on both sides right there. Those are power wiring, and then you have alignment pins right there, right there, right there, right there. There's 6 alignment dowels. They're similar to pilot dowels, like if you're attaching a transmission to an engine, same idea. Only it's got to be done automatically. The drive hooks need to drive into the pilot dowels, and it has to be right. It has to be torqued every time. This is why docking takes time, guys. You have to make sure that you have a good seal, because if you don't, someone's going to try to go through it and not be happy. Interstellar moment, yeah, right. It's that backwards base right here. So basically what they can do, so like for Polaris Dawn, SpaceX undoubtedly, like I'm not sure exactly what they did, but I'm pretty damn confident that they just made another active base plate and then put the handles in place of the docking port. That's all. Pretty sure that's what they did. Yeah. They also did that for Inspiration 4. They just used that active base plate right there and then just put an ABS bubble on top of it. Yeah, they have to... Actually, this is just on a side note. This doesn't necessarily apply to what I'm talking about. But sometimes, and this is why Dragons are refurbished and not necessarily reused. I mean, they call them reused, but you have to... There are certain bolts in certain places on Dragon that you have to undo and retorque after every mission. So they're good for one use. Don't ask me how or why I know that, but you need new bolts for certain things every time to like hold stuff together because they'll untorque themselves or they'll stretch too much because of the thermal cycling. From like going, uphill into the vacuum, right down through re-entry, back down, back to the atmosphere. Like, yeah, some of the bolts, the thermal cycle that they go through mean that you have to take them off and put them back on, put on new ones. Hokey gifted a sub to Mayor, Hokey gifted a sub to Pigzig, Hokey gifted a sub to Creeper, and Hokey gifted a sub to Loomprod.
I'm in space.
Jeez. How's your day going? I'm fine. Are the docking ports bidirectional like in KSP? So the International Docking System Standard is an androgynous port, so you can dock, or it could be docked to, or it can dock other things. It depends. So IDSS has There's active IDSS and passive. Here, let me show you. So the ISS obviously has a passive IDSS on it, but here, take a look. Watch. You can see that base plate that I'm telling you about, guys, about over there. See that? See this plate up there? Here, let me just back it up a little bit. Let's go over here. There it is. See? Taking the nose off, it's just a matter of undoing those bolts right there. See those bolts? Could two dragons dock to each other in theory? You'd have to do it manually, but sure. Yeah, they're putting it on that table to turn it upside down for testing. I don't know why they did this in stop motion, but hey, whatever. They're going to put it on the testing rig. So did the pedals end up being in the interior pressurized area? You know, that's a super good question. Those are the bolts that I'm talking about right there. See, that one is a passive one. Usually the passive ones have these empty pedals like that. I'm not sure exactly why. That's just a pattern that I've noticed. And see, they're gonna dock an active one to a passive one. So the active one has an inner ring that's attached on springs, and it's attached on a spring and a screw jack. That is designed to absorb any kinetic energy during docking, because you have to be going at a tangent speed to dock two things together, right? That thing docks, and then the springs and the dampers absorb any of those energy. It absorbs any of the energy, and then this ring retracts and pulls the pedals. Rewind. The pedals do your initial alignment. You lock these two ports together. You lock that ring to the passive port, and then this ring retracts. And that's when it retracts, that's when you start driving the drive hooks, and that secondary set of latches opens up. If they show it in real time, I can... It's all freaking stop motion, which is really annoying. Hey, Neuro, what's going on? I mean, Hokie, it must end up in a pressurized, they must end up in the pressurized volume. I don't see why they wouldn't, but then again, I'm not smart enough to know. Like, NASA never ever shows the inside of this thing. They never show, I don't think there's any footage out there of somebody going from inside of the Dragon into the IS. Actually, dude, there's gotta be footage out there. They have to enter the pressurized volume. Like, they have to. Unless the pedals have some type of retraction mechanism, which I don't think they do. From these drawings, it looks like they're affixed. There's no way any of that retracts. That's all one piece. Yeah, Hokie, they have. Like, I don't see how they wouldn't. Yeah, you have to equalize the pressure between the capsule and the space station, which is the other reason why this takes time. You don't want to shock pressurize something, and because that's how you blow a gasket. Maybe search for seal in the document. The soft capture system pulls the docking together in order to initiate the second stage of docking, performed by the hard capture system. The HCS performs structural latching and sealing at the docking interface. Here, it's not a super great angle, but it's close. All right, well, we have to work here in a second. Yeah, there's the pedal. It's definitely there. You can see it. Yep. Bigger than you thought, right? That's Chris Cassidy right there. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. See, there's your passive pedals right there. They're absolutely in. Wow, dude. Look at that thing. They look like billet anodized aluminum if I'm looking at that right. See the milling marks? Look at how perfect that is. Beast mode, dude. There's your passives. See, they have the... Yeah. Wait a minute. Why is the passive over there? Those are APAS. That's APAS, and that's IDSS. There's your pedal right there. There's the latching pedal on Dragon, and there's the passive on the space station. This stuff is shuttle docking ports. This thing. These billet pedals, those are shuttle docking ports. That's APAS 95. This is the IDA, the International Docking Adapter, this toroidal thing right here. It's an adapter that goes from APAS to IDSS, so Dragon and Starliner can dock. 2 of them are up on the space station. 1 of them is at the bottom of the ocean. The more you know. They're inside of a PMA right here, a pressurized mating adapter. It is the adapter that adapted common berthing mechanism to APAS 95 for the shuttle. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Hokie, I didn't want to guess, because it's one thing, like, you know, I would assume that they would, but that's one of those things that you don't want to guess on, right? Is there an airlock between the capsule and the space station? There is a pressurized volume, James. It's called the vestibule. Basically inside of the the IDA. Yeah, there's a pressurized volume. Yeah, absolutely. So this is your pressurized mating adapter, and then where Chris Cassidy's knees are right there, that's the vestibule right there. That's the part that needs to be pressurized when they dock. You need to equalize the pressure inside of this right here. And then once the pressure is equalized between Dragon, the vestibule, and the space station, you can open up. Dude, it has to be perfect. Because if it's like 15 PSI inside of Dragon and like 10 PSI inside of here, and you open the hatches and you get a high change in pressure real quick, that could blow a seal somewhere. You don't want to do something like that. Now, do they know it'll blow a seal? No. But do you want to risk that either? No. So, yeah, that's why docking takes time. You got to equalize the pressure. You have to make sure it's perfect. Because taking the time to make sure that it's perfect means that you don't potentially run into other problems that could be unknown somewhere. So when docked, in theory, if one of these things needs maintenance, could they take it off or work on it even though they are out in space before docking? The docking port? No. I mean, you're talking about removing the entire thing while you're on orbit? No, the plates are like a latch. Removing this whole freaking thing from a spacecraft while you're on orbit is asking for trouble. Even if the thing is malfunctioning, that's asking for trouble. No. I mean, you could do a lot of things on space station that would result in death, and I'm fairly confident that that's one of them. If they need to replace a pedal after a hard docking, no. Dude. No, goalie, this is not, like, dude, NASA doesn't think like that. You're thinking, oh, I need my docking, like, okay, here's a little bit about how you go about engineering a spacecraft, guys. This is it kind of sounds stupid, but you can't think defensively. If you think defensively when you are engineering a spacecraft, you will get someone killed. Like, I don't mean, that's a little bit of hyperbole on my part, but if you're thinking, what's your thinking behind doing this? Oh, we might need to replace the pedals in the event of a hard docking. What events on a spacecraft or on-orbit operations would result in a hard docking scenario? Why would you do that?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If you have to do an emergency manual dock and you have to crash, basically do a naval, the equivalent of a carrier landing on the ISS, the docking ports breaking is probably the least of your worries, because something else has gone catastrophically wrong for you to do something like that. That's how you got to think about it. Like, there's times to build redundancy into these plates, and I'll bet you they're designed for any manner of hard docking, probably within 1 to 5 meters a second if I had to guess. But once again, if you have a scenario where your docking pedals aren't working, what's the scenario where you wouldn't just come back down? Abort the mission, come back down. Why would you roll the dice like that? Trying to do some type of emergency EVA operation where you have to take that stupid docking port apart, that means your docking port wasn't engineered good enough for what you're trying to do. That's not that you don't think, dude, you don't go about engineering spacecraft like that. That's like, oh, we gotta make sure that the ISS can fly. Why? Are you planning on having the ISS fly in the atmosphere? Well, no. But just in case. What do you mean, just in case? What does that mean? Not hard docking, hard locking, like lock key, lock picking lawyer. I'm confused. Element. No. It's a decent question, but yeah, you're coming at it from the wrong point of view. Getting your concept of operations for docking probably would denote how you design your docking ports. I like to keep my enemies confused. We all confuse, K. Yeah, if you have a scenario where if you have a scenario where you have to take the docking port, where you'd have to take the docking port apart on orbit, the only thing that would constitute doing that is something that has gone catastrophically wrong with your mission, and in which case, probably just abort. Just come back down. Come back down. Just come back down. Yeah, just don't bother. Yeah. Anyway, let's get Unity and everything fired up. Let's get Unity. Let's get Maya. Yeah. Let's get going. Let's get the tunage. I bet you we can finish that damn hinge today. Let's go back to the start there. So we're working on our hinge clamp part. Get rid of hub. There we go. Look, check that out. That's what we got going yesterday. I made a new piece. We got basically the dowel piece finished. What we have to do is figure out how to put that in the game. I tried, like I said, we tried to make it look like it belongs there. And I'm pretty sure that texture is good to go with the exception of a couple of things. I ended up saving it at 800 by 600 because I'm a moron. But, yeah, other than that, we got to get that piece textured up. But I was having trouble where we left off yesterday. I was having trouble exporting this damn thing. Unity, hello. It's not my fault GIMP sucks, JSpeed. Why is it blue? I don't understand why the DDS came in blue. I don't... Well, whatever, let's open up this piece. I've just joined. What are you doing? I'm making parts for KSP. Well, we're stuck at 800 by 600 now. And there's no way it's gonna upscale it. Nope. There's a similar issue with DDS files in Unreal. They always come out wrong when importing. Can you use something else instead of DDS? Hey, Erez, welcome back, dude. I'm not sure. I know you have to flatten the image, which is stupid. I really don't like that GIMP forces you to do this. You have to flatten the damn thing to get it to work. Let's see if our DDSX... This is not Clevis, this is the dowel part. I noticed that I named it wrong yesterday. So we're gonna export as DDS, select file type by extension. DDS image, export. Now, it's gonna give me options here. Preserve. Oh, geez. Send it. Okay, so I undid everything there. Now we got to go into a certain file here. Maya, projects, KSP assets, images. DAL 1A, there it is. So copy that. Open up Unity, go into the mat folder, show that folder in Explorer. Mats, paste. DAL 1A should pop up right there. Select the shader, go there. It's Fucking blue again. Look, the file is coming out blue. See, if you look at the image preview, that's the PNG. The PNG is coming out correctly. Maybe if we, yeah. Mess with the color space on export. That's my guess. I'm gonna save a backup just in case. I know I'm gonna overwrite this. Delete that layer. Delete that layer. Flatten the image. I'm doing the drop down to be absolutely sure. All right, I gotta Google this. Trying to make a mod for a game that requires textures on the models to be DDS format, but when I export PNG to DDS, the colors get all messed up and I have no idea why. Solve the problem, just to open the image on Paint and saved it as a PNG, then open on GIMP and converted it to DDS. RGBA8 will work fine. All right, man. Let's see what we got. Can I try that one first, Erez? Let's see if that does it. Looks like Roscosmos is killing the crew exchange with NASA. Okay. Not too sure. It usually works fine in most cases, but I'm not sure about DDS. Yeah. All right. That's just a PNG, right? This is a PNG. Let's export PNG as a DDS. This is the dowel piece. Hinge dowel 1A DDS. Export, replace it. Let's just use the default, see what happens. Copy. All right, go into Unity. Oh, what? Okay. Something with XEF to DDS did not like. I exported, I exported as a PNG, and then I opened the PNG in GIMP, and then I exported it as a DDS, and that worked. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, okay. Now, let's take that part. Go to the master object. We got its collider boxes. Oh. Notice something. Those colliders need to Hang on. Get rid of that. Slider 1A. Hey, Wolfie. That part looks stock. That's the whole point, dude. We need to add a mesh collider to this thing, but it doesn't want to. Probably would ask 100 times. Sorry, what are we working on? Savvy, this is a part for KSP that's going to use hybrid tech to reinforce hinges and prevent them from drifting. So, give me 1 sec. Let me finish what I'm doing here, and I will show you what I'm talking about in a second. We need to add a mesh collider component. There we go, mesh collider. There it is. Convex mesh collider is attached, and then we need to get rid of the mesh renderer here. Remove that component. Cool. We got a mesh collider there. Good. Okay. Cool. Let me just save my work there. Now let me show you what this part does. So check these things out. See that? They're designed to go with each other. We have our hinge clevis piece, and then we have the dowel piece, right? Now I know what you're saying. Like, okay. So what? If I take my G11 hinge, right? We 0, 0, 0 it, right? And we just remove the colliders so you can see the model. It's designed to clamp a hinge in KSP. And I designed the collider boxes for the clevis piece, right? This piece, and then the dowel piece to basically work inside of each other. The convex mesh colliders on the clevis are basically, see all these little different pieces right here? They're designed to clamp around the dowel. So if you bring these parts into KSP and you do same vessel interaction on these pieces, right? It will use collision to clamp that hinge into place. That hinge won't drift. It won't move around. On physics reload, the same vessel collision will just lock it right back into place. So basically strengthens the joints between the hinges. It's basically a way to mitigate hinge drift and make the hinge way stronger. Hey, drummer. Yeah, that's the idea. Hey, SN15. What do you think will be the outcome for Super Heavy? I think they're going to catch it. I don't think the catch is going to go exactly how they intend, SN15, but I think they'll catch it. I think they will. Seriously. I think they'll get it. I think they might miss a peg, and maybe the thing kind of tilts and kind of lands on the grid fin kind of crushes against the chopsticks, but I think they'll land it. I think they'll do it. Any plans for fixing the pistons? Ooh. Sometime in September, drummer. I don't have a date yet. Geek, we might have to accelerate our race team plans. Flanges for docking ports would be a good one. Well, fellas, you know what we could do? We were just talking about international docking system standards. Guys, So what's stopping me from modeling this as a piece, at least as a passive latch, right? I'm not sure I'm good enough to be able to make the drive hooks and everything work, right? Like that. But What's stopping us from making like a 1.25 meter part that you put the small docking port inside? And when the hooks drive together, it pulls the docking ports in. It's really nothing stopping us from making that. We can do that. We could make this IDSS a toroidal piece and make it so you, at attachment points, you put the small docking port inside of it. So when you go to a Dock 2 spacecraft, they will automatically align with the docking pedals and snap together for precision docking alignment. If we really wanted to do that, I mean, that's what the real thing does. That's what the real thing. The real thing has no problem doing that. That's what the real thing does. That's what they do in real life. You're never going to get it super precise because there's too much orbital perturbations to get this thing always exact. You always have a little bit of margin of error. That's why it's not just the IDSS. Soyuz has a probe and drogue. The probe and drogue allows for misalignment. It's the same idea, right? See that piece right there is your spring, and that probe has little pedals on it, right? Those little latch pieces. And when that probe finds the hole and it gets pushed in, those latches deploy, right? And it locks the thing to it. And then that whole springed mechanism is on a screw jack. You just crank the thing and it'll bring the capsule together. And then this piece right here seats it in the docking port. Now, see, that's a non-androgynous docking port. You have permanent active over here and permanent passive over there. But yeah, this is a probe and drogue. Apollo used something very similar to that. A little bit of a different mechanism, but pretty damn similar. Yeah, that's the Apollo probe and drogue. Same exact idea. You have a docking port. The drogue assembly is a cup, right? And then you got to put the ball in the cup. Ball in a cup. Yep, see? SSVP is what it's called. Yep, see? When this thing, you have the cone to align the thing, and there's a piece of rubber on the front of this thing. And if you hit the cone, the forward momentum of the craft will seat this thing in there. And once it seats, there's a little bit of a lip. See it right there? See the lip? 1 and 2. Those latches will get stuck behind that lip, and that's your soft docking mechanism. And then from there, this thing will retract. It'll retract through this, and this thing is your fine alignment right there. It'll seat this conic structure inside of the cone, and that gets you perfectly aligned for your docking hooks. You can make that. Well, maybe not something exactly like that. The IDSS would probably be a better solution, but yeah, that's the idea. Like, the other mods have the IDSS and others, but as separate parts. I want to see an add-on for standard ports. Think about adding it to a stock game, and in fact, an engineer could retrofit save files with a new port. Yeah. All right, so let's go into our part tools. Write textures we don't want. D parts, hinge dowel 1A, write it. All right, so let's go open up Kerbal. The CFG file was modified yesterday. hingedowel1a.mu. The mesh is hingedowel1a.mu. Part EJ_SA. This is a hybrid tech upper hinge. We don't need the trademark. Eric Johnson hybrid tech. This part is used for reinforcing the G11 hinge with hybrid tech attachment rules 1111, 500 kilos. I need to look up the surface attachment node variables and what those are, because this thing attaches like a panel, and that's not what I want. We're gonna have to fix that, but that's okay. save that. So the CFG is good to go. Now we just got to get our DDS, hinge dowel 1A DDS texture file, copy it, and then paste it in the D parts folder. Take those three, copy those, Kerbal, game data, EJSA, parts, hinge dowel, paste, replace. That's the old file. Delete that. Let's rename that 1A to make sure everything is correct. We have our texture file, we have the MU, and we have the CFG in the Kerbal folder. All right, let's see if this comes in correctly into KSP. We'll see. Yeah, drummer, I have version control implemented in the fact that the GIMP export folder, so if I export something in GIMP, it doesn't export to the target folder that I need for it to be read in Unity. And then Unity is the same way. Unity doesn't export to the same folder for the current version parts that I have in KSP. Yeah. Yes. Long story short. None of the targets line up. So Maya is exporting to its own folder. GIMP exports to its own folder. Unity has a folder that it needs for reading parts, and that's separate from the two target export folders. That's how I do version control. That, and I have an obsession with naming everything, dude. The naming conventions have to be right. If it's not, you're gonna go look at it later and you're gonna get confused. That's simple. Hello, what are you doing? Fantasy. What am I doing? I'm making a part for KSP. I'm making a part that's designed to go with a stock robotic part. You'll see. It's hard to explain it without kind of showing you, but I got you. Twitch news. Twitch is increasing mobile tier 1 sub prices in the US to $7.99 starting on October 1st. 39 countries will also see an increase. Do streamers get more? I'm not sure. Guys, I'll be honest, if it's 70-30 splits off $7.99, unless Twitch wants to renege on its contract, if the split is still the same, that's a fair bit of wage increase for your boy. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like them, as long as as a streamer, guys, I can only tell you how I feel about this, I guess. And if you can't afford it, if you disagree, that's totally fine. I get it. Everything is getting more expensive and it's a huge pain in the butt, especially if you're subscribed to like 5 or 6 streamers. That price goes up real quick. I understand that. You don't need to tell me that. I get it. With that being said, if it's still 70-30 split, I'm fine with it. I'm okay with that. I know Twitch needs to take some off the top to keep these servers going, which is no easy feat, right? That's not an easy thing to do, to keep this thing online. I mean, I'll be honest with you, as a streamer, I rarely have problems with the Twitch ingest servers. They're always there. They're always ready to go. So if, as long as it stays 70-30 split, I'm good to go. Yeah, that's fine with me. That's a lot more money for me. I mean, you continue to receive the same net revenue share on subs and gift subs, so the price increase means you will receive more per subscription. If the cut stays 70-30, guys, I'm okay with it. Yeah, that's a pretty good wage increase for me. Like even Partner Plus, Partner Plus was like a 20% raise for me, guys. 20%. Like that's not a joke. So, anyway. It's not 70/30 on the $7.99 because they have to pay Apple and Google. Oh, gross. Yeah. App tax. Oh, gross. Sub, find another way to sub. Ugh. This is still the old part. It's still blue. So this is designed to work with the G11 hinge and basically use same vessel interaction for part reinforcement. Or Patreon, please. Might be high time to do it, Element. It did not load the texture, though. Yeah, Alpha, yeah. Chad actually told me about that one, dude. Maybe more merch, please. Okay. It didn't load its texture, though. So Fantasy, if you're still out there, this part is designed to attach to the bottom and the top of the hinge. And what it's supposed to do is basically reinforce it. It's going to reinforce the hinge with this pin right here. In Kerbal, there's a thing called same vessel interaction that they added in, I think, Kerbal 1.2. SVI, first of all, it's in the game because of me, and I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I didn't do that. I told the Kerbal developers that it would be really hard to get something to work like that, and they told me I was full of crap, and then did it. Yeah, true story. Anyway, yeah, same vessel interaction is in the game because of me. Yeah. Not gonna sit here and toot my own horn, but anyway. So what this allows is a part to be collidable. The hitboxes are active with any other part that has the same vessel interaction box turned on. So basically what this does is if you hook the hinge into these two parts, it uses collision detection between the hitboxes on this piece and that piece, the Hybrid Tech upper hinge and the Hybrid Tech lower hinge, right? To strengthen that hinge. That's using in-game collision detection to make sure that hinge doesn't move around. So if you want a nice smooth operation with your hinge, yeah, you can get it by attaching these clamp pieces. I don't think they thought of it, Blue. I did tell one of my buddies that worked on KSP1. It wasn't Felipe. Another one of my buddies that worked on it. I was talking to him and he's like, that's actually a really cool way to do that. That was a really good idea. I was like, yeah. I've never been happier to be proven wrong, Aborave. I'm not going to lie to you. But we got a little bit of a problem. It did not load the texture. That's what it looks like in Unity. And if we export if we export this, write texture. Maybe if we click write texture and we write the texture as hinge dowel 1A, write it, and then open up the correct folders. Not that one. Hinge dowel 1A was modified. $112. Copy that one. Kerbal, game data, DJ, parts, hinge dowel, paste. If I include it writing the texture in there, maybe it'll look for it automatically. Place the file in the destination. Okay, now we go back into KSP, dump this thing, go over here, set it for DDS, not PNG. There's no option to do that. Have you seen the 777X news? Negative. EJ the Kerbal modder, I honestly can't believe it, and if I told myself 5 years ago I wouldn't believe it. Well, here we are, dude. SN15, sorry, it's a little bit late. I didn't see the second part of your question. If you're still out there in YouTube chat land, will this super heavy be reused or put on display? My absolute guess is that if they get the booster back in one piece, they're taking the whole thing apart. Strip it down to bare metal, everything. There's always an opportunity to learn. You're gonna learn a lot from getting a 220-foot tall first stage with 33 engines coming back for the first time. You're gonna, yeah. Boeing grounded its full 777X test fleet because of structural damage. Now that you can make part mods, any plans to make parts like landing gear and cockpits and make them downloadable? Maybe. Where's Unity? Oh, it's right there. No, it's looking for TGA compressed, uncompressed, smallest, MBM, PNG, smallest. 777 is a different airplane than 777X, drummer. It's not just structural, the wing pylon is cracking. See, fellas, here's the thing. They found it in testing. Probably a good thing. I don't know much about airplane engineering. Not as good as spacecraft engineering, but my mind immediately defaults to you probably shouldn't be having that problem when you're in flight testing. Just putting it out there. Hey Alpha, you out there, buddy? Is there a way to get part tools to write as a DDS? You say the difference between the 777 and the 777X is the difference between the F-150 and a Raptor? No. No. Victory. The 777X uses carbon composite wings. The wings are made in a similar way to a fairing on a rocket. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say the 777X wasn't a good idea, but And it's very easy for me to say this in hindsight. No, it can't. I don't think even Unity can support DDS. So how do you get an MU to read the right texture? I'm having a problem with that right now. It's not exporting my texture, which is weird. I'm missing a step. I know I'm missing a step. Like the 777X has that G90. It has a G9X, which is the biggest jet engine ever made. Like ever. Somebody didn't put two and two together that might not work correctly with carbon composite mounts. Okay, Tony. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't read it, Victory. I'd have to look. I've seen this forum post about the MU plugin. 502, bad gateway for that. What I do is export my texture as a PNG into Unity, write as an MBM from Part Tools, but I ignore that and export as DDS from GIMP into my KSP folder. Well, I'm not doing that. Okay. I've done everything but do they write as an MBM, so let's see. Let's see what happens. MBM is the squad format. I'm wondering who's maintaining those KSP forums nowadays. Alpha, that sounds right. If I'm not just saying that because you said it. I remember having to do something weird with this stuff to get it to read DDS, and I think setting it to MBM, that seems right. He didn't change the texture image name. It's the same thing as the part, dude. So apparently you have to flip it on the horizontal, then save it as a DDS using BC3 linear DXT5. Wow. I don't. That's not the problem that we're dealing with, Drummer. But yeah, you know. All right, let's see what we got. Alpha, thank you for your help, by the way, dude. I appreciate it. We're gonna make some magic, dude. I'm doing this out of order. I'm doing it out of order. Something is wrong. The part isn't even showing up, Sneaky, which means its CFG file is messed up. Parts cached on loading. Could your update have not been loaded? I don't know, Journey. I messed up a step here. I'm just getting rid of that. I'm getting rid of the DAO file completely. Let's just start over. Let's do this right from the start. So we have our PNG file in GIMP. Let's export. We're exporting hingedowel1a.dds. I'm exporting it into my Maya folder, new KSP assets images. Replace it. Export as a DDS. We know that that works. So there's the updated file right there. Properties. Modified 124.42. Cool. All right. Let's go over in dparts. Dparts. I tried to name it exported parts, but it just made it into dparts. Okay, this is the CFG for it. So let's take that file, 1A, that's the DDS. Take it over here, paste the DDS, replace it. There it is right there. Hinge dowel. That CFG file, part name hinge dowel 1A. Module part, author EJ. This is all the information that was there. The mesh it's looking for is hinge dowel 1A.mu. Okay, that's right. I'm going to rename this hinge dowel 1A just so everything is named correctly. Now, the mu file, dump it, get rid of it. And what we're gonna do is in Unity, I needed to load its texture, and I'm not sure why it's not loading the texture. Let's go in here, part tools, hinge dowel 1A is the name of the part. The extension is going into the dparts folder. Write textures as an MVM. And go from there. Write it. There's the MU file, there's the texture file, there's the CFG. Take these three, copy them, Kerbal Space Program, game data, EJ, parts, make a new folder. This is hinge dowel 1A. Paste that in there, paste all three in there. There we go. All right, block that out, go into KSP, reload the database, and we'll see what it does. This basically reloads the entire game without reloading the game. It's basically doing what you see in the loading screen when you start up KSP. In Gitten, you had a tier 2 101 month stub. That was 37 minutes ago, but yeah, it's still good. May need a full restart. You know what? Let's we'll just fully restart the game to be absolutely sure. I'm trying to go through. Yeah, let's let's restart. That's
Discovery,
that's
go and throttle up.
probably a good idea. That's a lot of water. Hey, Likes, what's going on? So great to see you back in the KSP Space News After Hours routine. Needed to be done, dude. Yeah, I needed to get back to it. I was ready, but I needed some time away because there's a hole in my heart and pain in these eyes from Kerbal 2 doing what it did. The pain in the eyes, look at them. Anyway, yeah, I needed some time away, dude. But yeah, we are so back. We are so back. Seriously though, that really what happened with KSP really shook me to my core a little bit because I could no longer, like, in the past, doing after hours, playing cities and everything else, right? Like doing all this other stuff, I could always fall back on Kerbal. Like it'll always be there. You know, in Kerbal 2, like that's job security for me. And then when it became Kerbal 2 Int, that's no longer job security. It's a little scary. A little scurry. A little scurry. Yeah, Le Mans should be fun. Yeah, Geek, I just needed some time away. I had to kind of sit there and rethink everything and kind of waited for the dust to settle a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you guys. So, yeah. I'm really happy that we found some fun doing this, dude, and you guys are into it, so. Next, you will move to Boca and become full-time NSF. I don't think Brimo will let me do that, Sizep. I'm sorry, Sizep. I'm afraid I can't do that. KSP2, is KSP2 officially dead? I don't know. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. And we never heard anything. Where's the part? Something is wrong here. Your job security, not a game. The fact that, and you're still going, yeah. Well, Wolfie. As messed up as this is going to sound, all right? Look, here's the reality of the situation. A lot of you guys are here for me, and I really appreciate it. I'm not complaining by any means. You don't. The way you're successful at streaming is to not expect success. You have to go and get it, right? With that being said, the stigma from Kerbal 2 going out the way that it did pretty much made a lot of people stop playing Kerbal altogether. It was, yeah, it shattered the community, basically. And that does screw with my bottom line. Like, I don't like making this about money. It's really not, like, you don't go in with the expectation of success into this job. That's not how this works at all. If you go in here expecting a cushy salary position, you're going to be very disappointed and you'll probably fail. with that being said, dude, look, man, it's not me. It's just people have a stigma from KSP because of the way KSP 2 went down, and they don't want to play Kerbal anymore. Look, man, in the run-up to Kerbal 1, in the run-up to Kerbal 2, I was playing Kerbal 1, and I was getting, like, if we want to reduce this to its base element, dude, run-up to Kerbal 1, I was getting 800 viewers a night. 800 viewers concurrent a night. Doing my grand tour thing, doing the shuttle with the space station, right? Kerbal 2 came out, it stayed that way for about 6 months. Well, 4 to 5 months. After 5 months, it started petering off because there's not much. Kerbal 2 was so bare bones, there's nothing you could do with it. I couldn't do any of my trademark stuff with it. So I went back to playing Kerbal 1. And playing Kerbal 1 got so bad because everybody would, all the people that came in would ask me every 5 minutes why I'm not playing 2, and then I'd have to have this conversation. So I just said, I washed my hands of it. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's what I had to do, dude. It was just driving me up the freaking wall. Because every day you're getting reminded that you had a colossal screw up in judgment here. I put all my eggs into the Kerbal basket. And I shouldn't have done that. Like, that's the reality of the situation, man. You learn from your mistakes, right? I'm still here. I ain't going anywhere. I'm gonna keep fighting. But, like, once again, I'm not trying to make this about money. I understand. I'm not asking for subs. I earn subs. Do not. I'm serious. Don't do anything dumb, dude. The numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie, dude. I lost 800-900 subs, something like that, and I've been trying to pick up the pieces since. Oh yeah, from last year to now. Oh yeah, we're down. And now, don't get me wrong, there might be other factors, but let's be real. A lot of it is just people not wanting to play Kerbal anymore because of what went down with Kerbal 2. It's true. Like, that's the truth. Sucks. What are you gonna do? Oh, it screwed my bottom line pretty badly, dude. I had plans. I had plans for things. You know? But what are you gonna do? Don't expect nothing in this business. The rug can be pulled out from you at any time. And it was, so I'm dealing with it.
This is
I
space.
said don't do that. Don't do that. But yeah, I appreciate with all my heart the people that are here because you want to see me do things. I really appreciate it. I'm forever grateful, seriously. And I'm not complaining by any means. It's just, you know, my personality only gets me so far. I kind of typecasted myself as a Kerbal streamer. What are you going to do? Hey man, if that's the worst curveball I have to deal with, my life ain't too bad. But yeah, oh yeah, that's the reality of what happened, man. Sucks. I can't afford a sub, but I have bits left over. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like the inflation didn't also play into this, but perfect storm, dude. You know, we have inflation, everything's more expensive, Twitch is jacking their prices, the fallout from Kerbal, and then the fallout from cities right after that, dude, killed me. It just killed me. My number 1 and number 2 games, the sequels to them both suck. Like, I thought I had my bets hedged here, right? But the same thing started happening with cities, you know? In the run up to Cities 2, same exact thing, dude, same exact behavior, right? You know, I was getting good views playing Cities 1. Cities 2 comes out. We play Cities 2. I went into it. I put 500-600 hours into that game. And then we realized that there's some glaring issues with it. And that's it. You know? Did you check your bleed purple status? No. Like, I thought I was hedging my bets good enough. Like, if Kerbal sucks, I can always fall back on cities. I didn't really take into account having a fallback plan for my fallback plan. I thought I had it figured out pretty well, but nope. Still, sometimes you still get thrown a curveball in this industry, dude. It happens. Yeah, so once again, Wolfie, I didn't mean to like make this thing a whole thing about me. I don't like I'm only talking about this, but dude, it is important to understand that, you know, like there's a lot of you that are here for me, and I'm forever grateful. Like seriously, my job's awesome. It's as awesome, dude. It's a lot of work, but it's as awesome as you think it is. Like sitting here doing this all day, it's fun. It's fun and it's a good time. And I still 10 years later enjoy doing this. I could do this for another 20 years. No problem. No problem at all. Right? But also, you know, for every couple of people that are here for me, there's a lot of people here that are here for Kerbal. Numbers don't lie. And maybe it's how I play the game or something. I don't know. You know, it happens. I've been here since 2018, couldn't support more. Alien, here's the thing, fellas. I ain't asking for a handout. Hell no. I don't roll like that. I really don't. I don't expect nothing from you guys. However, Alien, you even if you can't support me, coming in here and boosting that view count up for me, even if you can't support, you can't sub, whatever, that's fine. I'm still grateful because you're giving me your time. Time is very important to me. That's why I make it a big deal to be punctual every day, right? And I really, really beat myself up when I'm late because you shouldn't waste people's time. Sometimes I do waste your guys' time and I don't like it. But even if you can't...
This is space. I'm in space.
Thanks, Lols. Even if you can't support me, you're still giving me your time. And that's very valuable to me, and that's not something that I take lightly. Time is too important, and out of all the things you could have chosen on the internet, you chose this stream.
This is space. I'm in space.
I said don't do that, fellas. Out of all the things, you chose this stream. That means a lot to me, and I don't take that lightly, and I never have, and I never will. You know? James, you're not here for over in YouTube chat. You're not here for the gaming. That's cool. I'm here because your ability to teach knowledge of rocket. You've taught me more in the last 6 months than I've learned in the last 38 years. My pleasure, James. Hey, T-Man. How you doing? They're going crazy over in Twitch chat, YouTube people.
This is space. I'm in space.
I said don't do that. I said don't do that, guys. I'm not asking for a damn handout, and I hate it that a sub-train turns out every time I try to explain what's going on. And I end up looking like I'm asking for a handout. Stop doing that. It drives me up the freaking wall. Dang it. What other streamer's gonna say stop? Stop doing that. Give me the subs when this stupid part is finished, okay? We gotta figure this out. I can't get the stupid texture to render. Ah! Oh no, my hand slipped. Anyway, let's figure this out. The reverse psychology. It's not reverse psychology. I'm telling you the truth. Damn it. Thanks, Lol.
Discovery,
Wisp
go and throttle
62.
up.
Get subbed on, nerd. Whatever. All right, so something is wrong with this. I'm not...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hi.
Hi, Zizep.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Okay, I won't do that. So, I'll do this.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I hate you, chat.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Bullshit. You're not the boss of us. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate it. I want to succeed on my own merit. It's very important to me personally. So, Hokey, thank you. Thank you for making me look like a jackass. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you for your support. And everybody else. But yeah, giving me your time means a lot. Dudes, like, I am so humbled that you burn time on the internet with me. Like, that... It goes... Means a lot to me. Really does. Like, straight from the heart, dude. Means a lot.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
It's your point. I mean, we did show docking ports, how docking ports dock Norway. I mean, why not both? So, I mean, you can get spaceflight knowledge and docking knowledge at the same time. Like, hey man, nature is a pretty good design, all right? Nature's a pretty good design, all right? You might as well emulate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I don't know about the pedals part. Like, I don't think that's natural. But that boy ain't right. I tell you what.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nice. Hot. Hey, hello, Governor. Hi, mate. Top of the morning to you, mate. Actually, it's evening. Good evening, mate. Super hot. Hot. So, I mean, anyway. All right, let's figure out how to do this.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
If I had to guess, and once again, thank you for all the support, dudes. We got to figure out why the texture. So the part isn't even loading anymore. I'm putting it in the Kerbal folder and it's not loading. The structural piece isn't even there. And I'm not sure why. So we're gonna have to go through and look. Hinge dowel 1A. Look at the CFG. Hinge dowel 1A.mu. That's right. Evening, sir. Why is there space porn on your stream? Hot. Sorry, it's a bit lewd, mate. A bit lewd. Probably shouldn't be doing that in a public place. How do you export the texture? You could search the log for the texture name and see if there's errors. Yeah, okay. So let's go back into KSP. Where's the log? Part database. Found these laying on the floor. I assume they're yours. Thank you. That's the part database. That's not the log. I forget where the log outputs. Oh. Yeah, that's it. Oh. Configure the search engine right, maybe, and it'll work. Okay, that's the thumbnail. Texture load error. Hinge dowel 1A. Texture resolution is not. Oh. Texture load error. Program files. Parts hinge dowel 1A 1A.dds. If the texture isn't a power 2 resolution, that might do it. It's 800 by 800, Raj. Yeah, Mike, it's in the right trajectory, right directory. Not sorry, too much space talk. Load mode 1, hinge dowel 1A, file error, unable to read. Model load error, unable to read beyond the end of stream. System IO binary render BR Unity game object 0 Unity transform parent. No matter how many times, Hammer Nails, I tell this thing to load into Notepad++, it always just defaults to Notepad. Even if I hit, like, always open in this program. Windows, dude, what do you want? What happens if you remove the texture? Well... unable to read beyond the end of the stream. So something in Unity, it's something here that it doesn't like. Try to make it 256, 512 by 512. Make it 512 square, 1024. Okay. This is the PNG file. So scale image. Oh. Yeah, it's not 800 by 800, fellas. Yeah. To get it to load into Unity correctly, you load the PNG in GIMP and then export the PNG as a DDS to get the colors to show up correctly in Unity. The PNG was still a 2K, so we just tried loading a 2K texture in Kerbal. That's probably the problem, if I had to guess. That probably is why it didn't work. Yeah, Kerbal's not really designed for 2K textures, so let's export as hingedal1a.dds and replace the current one. And then you guys said something, Phil, DXT1 compression. Should we just try none first? Well, no, let's try default first. We'll try the default settings, and then we don't want to change too many things at once. Let's just roll with that. It should probably be DXT5. I'm just gonna go with none. Everything I do in AC is DXT. Definitely change one thing at a time. We gotta diagnose. We're just gonna go with no compression. Uncompressed at 512 by 512, right? That's what we put it to? Yeah, alright, cool. What are you doing, sir? Making parts for Kerbal Space Program, dude. I'm making some new parts for KSP that I want. Alright, so now let's go Undo. Yeah, 2K texture. You know, not gonna sit here. Yeah, 1 meg. Okay, cool. Copy that. Let's go into KSP. We're gonna go right into game data. Is it like a spacecraft? Anime Kerbal is a game where you make spaceships. It's a sandbox spaceship building game that kind of teaches you about how spacecraft actually fly. Oh, that's 16 megs. Yeah, really. And I'm making some parts to help me make spacecraft better, I guess. Yeah, KSP is a video game. I have it loaded up right here. But yeah, you build spaceships in this game and then send them up into space, which is super cool. How it works is like how a real spacecraft would. Well, if you get it right, the orbital mechanics in the game are a pretty good approximation for how stuff works in real life, which is pretty neat. I thought you worked for NASA. No. Not recently. Okay, so we changed the texture, right? Get out of that. Now let's just reload and see what the log says with that 1K texture. DXT5 is for normals and speculars that have an alpha. Oh. Is it hard to make parts for KSP? The modeling and texturing probably is the hardest parts. The workflow seems to be pretty straightforward. But then again, I am a 3D artist by trade, so... what happens here. Calling that it won't work due to DDS compression settings. Well, we won't know for sure until we see it. Assetto Corsa, Bilbo. I should really make a debug install for Kerbal rather than sitting here waiting it to load up like the 600 craft files that I have loaded into the engineering mode save. KSP part modding is simple. I even learned how, and I'm no artist. I knew nothing of 3D modeling. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, man. You can make some pretty cool stuff if you really know what you're doing, Alpha. But yeah, good stuff. She still ain't there. All right. Texture loading error. Again. Unable to read beyond the end of the stream. You're gonna go to sleep? All right, good night, anime. Same error. Something is wrong in Unity. It's not reading the model at all. So let's dump out of Kerbal, and something is weird going on here. There's something that we did with this model that made it upset. Now, what's the difference between this and the damn clevis? The difference is that we messed with the texture, obviously, so we could see the stupid thing, right? So I'm guessing I probably didn't do the shaders right, and that's what's screwing it up. Hang on, there is another thing that I want to mess with. This doesn't really have much to do with... something I noticed from testing the part in KSP, I wanted to move collider 4 and 5 out so we have more hinge in the bearing. So, what are the parts that I changed? Obviously, we changed that one, right? We changed the dowel. So, let's reload that by getting rid of it. And then we have dowel collider 1 right there. Hinge dowel master has part tools loaded correctly. Hinge, or set it as an MBM, right? Deleting a prefab will also screw up part tools. All right, so let's do this from scratch then. Let's make a new game object. Game object, create empty. This is hinge dowel 1A. Save the game object, put it at 000. So hinge dowel 1A is at origin point. Okay, let's do this right. The only parts I'm gonna take, we're gonna duplicate those, copy them, paste them there. All right, I need those because they're in Unity. The other parts we can just drop in. So, let's drop in the object first. Hinge dowel underscore 1 is the part that we need. Drop it right in there. Okay, cool. Collider 1. You want all your message and stuff as children of the root game object. Yeah, I got that part, Alpha. So I have the pins, our RCS balls, so to speak. Those are there. We have the master part, hinge dowel 1. And now we need the upgraded dowel pieces. So that's 1A right there. And then we need 2A right there. Perfect. All right, so you've deleted it since. Okay. Yeah, James, we'll see, dude. We'll see. So, all right, here's what we're gonna do. Let's take these out. Destroy, get rid of the prefab instances. We don't need those. I don't know why it's bringing those in as a prefab. That should be an empty. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Set the material on the shaders as KSP diffuse. Okay, cool. Go in there like that. Continue. I'm breaking the prefabs before I add part tools to this, because I'm pretty sure that's what I did before. All right, so hinge dowel 1. Why can't I set the shader? If we go into mats and we go to hinge dowel 1. All right, Well, all the colliders are in the way. Hold on. Let me just move that up there like this, right? And then that's a KSP defuse. Apply that to the part, right? Good. Revert that to origin point, right? And now what we have to do, we're Z fighting with the colliders. You have to remove the renders, the mesh renderers for the colliders, right? We need mesh filters, but not mesh renderers. So, and then these have to have mesh colliders attached to them. That has the spherical colliders, so those are fine. Now we need to get rid of the mesh renderer. Okay. Hinge dowel 1A DDS. It's still loading the 16 meg version. Okay, so let's delete that. We don't want that, right? Go into images. That one is 1 megabyte. Copy it. Go to mats, show in folder. This is the materials folder. Paste. There we go. That is the right texture. Okay, cool. Now, we need to go to the colliders. You need to remove the renderer components and add physics. We need a mesh collider, and it needs to be convex for Kerbal to read it correctly. Okay, that's done for the top. Collider 2. Remove the mesh renderer. Physics, mesh collider, convex. Good. All right, done. Collider 3. Remove our mesh renderer component because you don't need to render a hitbox, at least visually. Mesh collider, convex. Okay. Colliders are good. Now we have everything there. Now let's go to 1A, add component, KSP, part tools. All right. Write it to D parts. And this is hinge dowel 1A. Select the texture format as NBM and write it. Okay, go over here, Kerbal Space Program, go into D parts. Hinge dowel 1A.mu. Okay, so we're gonna copy that. KSP, game data, EJ, parts, delete. No, just we can go in here, paste it, overwrite. We have the updated texture file in there, and our CFG is reading hinge dowel 1A.mu. DDS is the same, and our configuration file is correct. All right, cool. We basically made the thing from scratch. This thing is junk. I just toggled visibility there. Okay, that's everything. So let's go into Kerbal. Zap that out, open up KSP and see if the part shows up. That is, for the most part, minus the shader and texturing thing, that is exactly what I did when we got the part working in KSP for the first time last week. If it still doesn't work, we know it's texture compression. Well, Alex, we are having two problems, right? We were having one, there was obviously something weird with the texture, and then there was something weird with the model. So in the Unity scene, we remade the model from scratch, so to speak, right? I redid everything. So if we don't have a model problem, but we have a texture problem this time around, we know that it's the compression, right? We're isolating variables here. Yeah, that's the worst case scenario. If they're related, then I'm not going to be too happy, but whatever. A model can load without a texture. As long as it has some basic shader information, Rocket Guy, sure. Yeah. Yep. Same thing. It seems to not like that DDS, yeah. All right, so now we got to go back into GIMP. Image, scale image, 512 to 512, scale it. Now let's go in here, export. We're exporting as a DDS. Replace that file. And we are going to use DXT1. I don't know. What's BC1, BC2, BC3? What's RxGB DXT5? I don't know. BC3 DXT5? DXT1? This one right here? Try TIFFs? I don't know. I don't know. The first one. Okay, done. For regular diffuse. Okay, export. All right, so now we're gonna go into images, hinged out. I noticed it didn't thumbnail it. It's showing the part now, or it's showing the texture. That was the one we just updated, right? 210? Yeah, okay, cool. Copy that one, go into assets. Kerbal. Game data, EJ, parts, DAL1A, paste, replace. All right, let's do this. Oh, what was that? Crap, I can't get it. I didn't see it. Crap! I didn't see what it was. No. Balls! It needs to be a square texture, Alex, and frankly, it's not a very detailed part, so the texture doesn't need to be too high res. I made it lower resolution, so just to rule out the whole 2K thing. But I think it doesn't matter at this point. I think it's the compression. I think you might have been right.
Normal temperatures in March, and above normal precipitation, that active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well.
Dowel 1A, Kerbal, KSP, bind, hinge dowel, down. Loading the texture. It loaded the texture right. File error. Something is weird with the model.
Chapel 11 here, 220 East 42nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast. That's the story. That's the story.
Cool, T-Man. Well, it loaded the texture. Let's just see. I'm just gonna see if it's here. I'm not sure what you mean, Thor. Where is the file name .mu.mu? Oh. All the parts do that. Think. No, guys, it can't be. The Clevis is named .mu, and it read that part just fine. Let me look at a squad part. Hold on. But just to be absolutely sure, squad. Let's look at parts, structural. Let's the 1x1 panel. Yeah, they're carrying MUs. Model.mu, structural panel 1. Yeah, there shouldn't be any problem here. It can't be that. At least I don't think. What does the log say? Right here. Unable to read beyond the end of the stream at system.io.binaryreader read byte. It's the game object. Read text. Oh. I mean, it's obviously something with the texture. Where is this getting hinged owl map UV painted? Above that error is a texture resolution error. It was behind the fine box. That's for not my part though. That's for wind tunnel. My texture loaded just fine. Load texture, hinged owl 1A. It loads the texture just fine. At least if I'm looking at that right. That's something with wind tunnel. KWT underscore icon is not loading because of the texture is not power of 2. Well, guys, the only thing I can really guess is that it's shader information. It has to be. So what's Clevis 1A and why is it loading that? There's got to be double shader information. Asset materials, Clevis 1A.mat. All right, I'm gonna do another test here. I have this with just a regular Fong shader, okay? Let's go into this and don't write the texture. Right? No, that can't be correct. Why would you do that way? Write the texture as an MBM. I'm moving the material around in Unity because I think we might have a little bit of an issue. What happens if we do that? I applied the texture directly to the part, and then if we do a shader diffuse, KSP diffuse right there. I don't know why I have a double materials folder. What are we coding? I'm trying to get my part to jump to get into KSP. All right, so Jesse, 17 months. Part tools can be very finicky about Unity versions, but we got it to work, dude. We got it to work a second ago. I got it to work without the shaders, right? We got it to work putting the blue right in, right? So let's go here. Yeah, hit Dal 1A. I made a new material. We set it to KSP diffuse, and we just applied the texture right to it, and it made a shader for me. All right, cool. Let's write X out of Kerbal. We wrote a new part, new MU right there, 228. Copy that. Kerbal, game data, EJ, parts, Dal 1A. Replace. I deleted the shader and I reapplied it. And I told it to write for an MBM. See what happens. Gotta wait for Kerbal to load up, dudes. Check the console in Unity for export errors. All right. It's not. It is an unpowered hinge, Roscoff. They're just structural pieces. You clamp them to the hinge to get the hinge to use same vessel collision, so the hinge is stronger. Like what we did with hybrid tech with the RCS balls and the thermometers. It's that, but in part form. It's a hybrid tech hinge. No, guys, I don't think so. Hinge stronger together. I'm going to put the blue texture, the UV checking texture, back on there. I'm just wondering what happens now. Because it loaded before with the blue. Should be able to load now. I hate troubleshooting like this, man. But that's part and parcel with modding any game. So I'm isolating things here. I took the texture out of the loop and I want to see if it loads the model. If it doesn't load the model here, I'm gonna get very confused. Because I think something is funky with that. We'll find out what's going on, dudes. I'm sure I could figure out something, Lulz, yeah. To keep the pistons true, to keep them from bending? Yeah, we could do something. It's the texture. It's something with the DDS because it loaded just fine. See? Yeah. That's what I thought.
Oh yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But
Try disabling the right textures option in Unity. I think that's what's screwing it up, Phil.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000
Yeah, it's designed to clamp the hinge, dudes.
let's hit the road.
Yeah. That's what it's designed to do. We're clamping the hinge. And then you set these for same vessel interaction. Set that for same vessel, the lower, and then set that for upper. Are you building parts for Kraken Tech? Not Kraken Tech, Hybrid Tech, Jesse. It's designed to make... This clamp piece around the hinge is designed to make the hinge not drift over time. The hinge won't be bendy and flop around. So we got progress. Good. All right. Back out of KSP. Go over here like this. Okay. We have the texture applied. Do not write the texture. Let's see what this does this time. All right, so we made a new MU file. D parts, hinge dowel 1, 235, copy, Kerbal, game data, EJ, parts, dowel 1A, paste it, replace. Okay, so I had no right textures there, which... But I still had the texture applied to the model. So we made a quick change. Now let's load KSP again and see what happens. Troubleshooting. All right, I'm gonna check on something real quick. I'll be right back while Kerbal is loading. You guys tell me if something breaks. Hey, Ray, thanks for the raid, man. How are you doing? Sorry, I was, alleviating waste tanks. Something broke somewhere, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, Journey, yeah. Yeah, the AI video, J-Speed. Yeah, that's nightmare inducing. Yeah, Alice, you got it. So who was saying about who was saying the thing about DDS files being backwards? Being flipped? Yeah, whoever said that, you were right. But hey, it's progress, dudes. Progress. It's going good, Alice. Make sure you guys give Paul Scambaits a follow. Good Scambait streamer. We all love that. Cancel that. Get out of that. All right. So the unhinged. Yeah. So we're gonna have to flip this texture. Flip vertically. File. Export as HingeDAL 1A DDS. Export. Replace. Make sure we're on DXT1 compression. There we go. Go into images here. HingeDAL. That's reversed. Copy that. Now we go over into HingeDAL 1A. That's the final part. Paste that texture in there. Replace file in the destination. Zap that. Zap that. Undo that. Zap that. This should be it. This should be it. Ray's one of my faves, and you're a member. Alice Ray is great. +1 to Scambaiter, signed to sysadmin. Yep. It's very cathartic watching those. My favorites are the ones where they get the webcam of like call centers, and they're like, hey, I see you. And the guy's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't see me. And he's like, oh, yeah, I see you. You were in a red shirt. Nope. No, you do not see me. I am not here. Those are the best. Yeah, Helvish. Yeah. That video, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I see you. I see, look, your webcam's on. I can see you right now. Yeah, Jim Brown. Yeah. You guys saw that YouTube video where he got the HR lady's laptop. It's so good, man. It's pretty good. Pretty funny. Yeah, it's really funny. Very, very satisfying stuff, dude. Yeah. So what happened there? The older version of Part Tools did not have support for DDS, but there is a fallback layer somewhere in the code that loads a texture with a file name or something. It must. So, Phil, my guess is that writing the texture in Part Tools is conflicting with the texture being applied in Unity. It looks like the information from that model with the shader and the texture being applied to it, you don't need to write in Part Tools. It tried to double write it, so it tried to apply the texture twice, and it did. Yeah, that as far as I can tell, that's what's going on. But yeah, it's working. We're working. We're good. Nice, Selfish. Yeah, deleting the entire database. It's fantastic, dude. All right, let's see what we got, dudes. We flipped it on the vertical, and it's there. There's the original piece. There's the hinge. And, oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's very satisfying. That's very satisfying. Yep, and it looks like it should attach to it. That's the best part. Oh, that is beautiful. It's supposed to look like it attaches to the hinge. It's supposed to, I hand painted the textures to be exactly the same. I think my dots are a little too small though. Yeah, my dots are a little too small. We have to make the dots a little bit bigger. Now that is a hunch. Yeah, the dots, we just need to edit the transform on the dots, make them a little larger. We can do that in the XCF. No. His has a normal map on it too. That's why that looks like it has depth. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason why his dots are so defined and mine aren't. In fact, yes, that is the reason. But my zigzag is going the wrong way. And then honestly on this side we need the plus and the minus, so I'll probably get rid of this and apply this to that piece when we go and make it. But other than that, dudes, we're golden. We could probably do with adding a circle or something, or some of these lines right there on this piece to make it look a little bit more defined, but we nailed the texture, the palette, the colors are right, which is good. Have you tested the strength already? Not with these updated models and colliders, Savvy, but we could. I don't have the companion lower part, but the colliders on the lower part are pretty much the same. I mean, you want me to test strength here? I can load up the crane file and we can replace this stuff, but I'd prefer to get well, I was about to say I want to get the texture done for the lower part, but and we could also do with a normal map for the hinge. The normal map will help define this a little bit better. Yeah, and once again, the holes, the pilot holes are too small for me, and we need that normal map. I'm interested in a test, but only if it's ready. I did upgrade this. I changed the colliders around a little bit between this model and the old blue model, dude. And the colliders for the lower part of the hinge are exactly the same. So we could mess with it if you want. So let's do this. Ready? Make a quick little test stand right here. Set same vessel collision there. Sets SVI there. Grandparent part strut. And then I made a big flange on these hinges for good reason. So we could do stuff like this. And the flange on the upgraded part is even bigger. So there's more surface area to attach more struts with this. That was entirely done on purpose. Because I knew I'd be making some type of launch pad or something with this thing, dude. So now what we'll do, let me go here like this. Just grab a bunch of fuel tanks, put the fuel tanks down here on the ground. Right? Actually, you know what would be better? Just so we can really test the... Well, it doesn't matter. We'll start with this. Take a Rocco 64, empty it, right? And once again, the flange plates are here for a good reason. I don't think these hinges are really going to do... These struts are going to do much. They might hold in some way, shape, or form, but the angle of strut is very, 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 because of, well, physics and trigonometry, angle of the strut is very important for different structural things. All right, cool. I need a probe core for this. Let's put Marvin up on the top. Go. We have a Marvin probe up at the top. Give him some batteries, and I don't know, just put solar panels on there. Hinge test stand. All right, so we'll be able to toggle the load on that hinge. You know what? Let's add some provisions. All right, so how much load would that be? Okay. We have enough fuel to fill all those tanks. All right, Marvin. Watch. It seems they all have normal and specular maps as well. Yeah. We can set normal and specularity. That shouldn't be an issue now that I understand that you don't write the texture to the part with this version. Okay, let's go look at the hinge. Let's... So this hinge right now, dry mass is, each one of these tanks dry is 2 tons. So 2, 4, 6, 8 plus 4. So we have 12 tons hanging from that hinge right now. And then each one of these tanks has 32 tons of fuel. So let's add 32 tons to this hinge load here by filling up the center tank. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 plus 32. What is that? Why did my brain just potatoed? So we have 12 plus 32 tons. So 32 is 42, 44 tons. We're holding up 44 tons with a single G11 hinge with my parts attached to it. Hinge is starting to show some little bit of unhappiness. Can the hinge move? Sure. Why not? It's riding around in there a little bit, but it should be okay. It's a little mad, but honestly, for no hinge drift, the hinge isn't springing at all. Okay, let's load this up. We'll change the mass while the thing is rocking back and forth and see what it does. Full load here would be 72 tons once these tanks are fully loaded. I mean, there is some deflection in the hinge, but not much. Once again, this is a single G11 hinge holding this up. SpaceX tweet. Yeah, the reason why it's riding around is because of the collider resolution, yes. I got it, T-Man. Oh yeah, 96, not 72. Yeah. Well. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We have the equivalent of 3 Rocco Max tanks here. Yeah, you have the equivalent of 3 Rocco Max tanks. So yeah, there are 36 tons of pop. So yeah, 96. Yep, not 72. So we are pushing a full 96 tons here. How would the unmodified hinge handle this load? I'll tell you that in a second once this thing goes full load here. Oh yeah, Luizo, these are parts I've wanted to make for KSP for some time. It's struggling a little bit, but for the most part, it's fine. Now, really want to put this thing through the test here? Let's wait till it goes into warp. Do that. We're time warped. Now let's see what happens. No drift, baby. No drift. Maybe a minimal amount because it was under load, but yeah, that's not ever gonna drift any more than that, dudes. That is the exact thing that we are trying to do. Dude, in mission mode, I wouldn't have ever dreamed of doing that. That right there, if I tried to do that while my gantry crane was lifting something up, if we time warped mid-lift, that's a great way to blow up everything. It works just fine here. I rated you early with 40 viewers. Oh, I saw it, Ray. Yeah, I was taking a piss, dude. But I came back like about 30 seconds after you raided. Yeah, no, thank you for the raid, man. I was talking with Alice. And the rest of your viewers, I appreciate the raid, Ray. Thank you very much. Thank you for thinking of me. Yep, just 2 parts. We're holding up 96 tons. So, you want to see what this is like with just 1 hinge? Boop. It will not snap back, Pigzig. I'd have to unload it. If I snapped it, it would snap out and stretch the hinge. We have to get the center point on my collider here, because I use this just a spherical ball as a collider. If we get the center point closer to the inner edge, like right now, and we hit it, nope, it still popped out. There we go. We popped it back in. Oh, we popped it back in. Now let's really push this thing's teeth in. Ready? That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Yep. Yep. Self-healing, dude. Like Roman concrete, baby. That's why I made that part, because I was sick of the stupid hinges drifting around. Is this the root cause of Kraken strikes? No, not necessarily, Phil, but more precise movement around when we're manipulating objects could lead to less Kraken strikes, but this isn't the exact reason. Vessel docking hierarchy is the biggest reason for Kraken strike on docking. Do we dare fizz warp? Pretty good, dude. It didn't like it, but it did it. It really was upset. It was really struggling there under fizz warp, but it didn't mind. Yeah. Now make custom landing gear mechanisms using this on one of those big planes you have. Could you try a quick save and a quick reload? No, but we can. How does the collider affect the strength of the part? It prevents it from drifting. Snapped right back into position, dudes. Yep. I told you, under load is the extent of the drift that you're gonna find from that. Oh, it's the way you got it loaded. Alpha, it was in part tools, writing the texture. If you apply the texture to the part, right, in Unity, and then export it with right texture on it, it gets angry. It gets very angry. So I shut off right texture on part tools, right as MBM, because if you did that, it's looking for a DDS and an MBM, and it didn't like that. I just applied the DDS directly to the part in Unity and then exported it with no right texture on it, and it worked. Yep, that was the solution. Anything more technical than that? I'm curious as to how. It's hybrid tech, Hellfish. It's hybrid tech. The collider box on these parts is exactly the same collider as an RCS ball with the thermometers wrapped around it. It is the same collision mesh, pretty much to a T. I even use the same colliders for my pins. The collision mesh on this part in Unity, if we go and look. So, look, see the spheres? I have 2 RCS balls for my pins. See what I'm talking about? And then if we zap that out and we look at this, you see, we look at the clevis right here. Look, I made geometry that's thick enough to read a collision detection, and those are basically working. The collision mesh is working exactly like thermometers wrapped around a center tube. I'm telling you, the secret here is that. All in the colliders, because you cannot make a concave collider in KSP. KSP using Unity doesn't understand a concave piece of equipment. So I had to do it exactly how we do it in KSP, with a bunch of parts in symmetry around a hole, just like that. See? Now, how does that make this stronger? Well, it makes it stronger because I took this and we have same vessel interaction here. It's the same thing as hybrid tech, dude, but it's custom parts that are built for hybrid tech. For instance, the collision detection between that RCS ball and the thermometer collider here, right, is what's keeping this hinge in place. If I go here and shut that off, this is what you'd get if you just attached a hinge. See? The joints between the upper part of the robotic part and the lower part of the robotic part are springy. Why are they springy? Because it's physics. Devs couldn't do it in any other way. You have to use physics because physics with Unity. I mean, they probably could get a custom module for it eventually, but this game isn't being developed anymore, so we got to deal with the physics joints. That right there, the springiness of these parts, is why hinges drift. Part of the reason why. Yeah, just toggle it a bunch of times and you can get the thing to snap right back. The game calculated the location of each part, and depending on what the game sees, it determines if they are hitting. My clevis is kind of itchy. Whose isn't? Yep, you can fizz warp with the hinges, you can time warp, they'll just snap right back into position. You have the impact resistance set high, extremely high, Illness, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the nitty gritty of it. There's no nitty gritty here. This is doing the, where are you getting confused? I don't know. I don't understand where you're getting confused here. Nice clouds. Thank you. Can you make some shuttle winding parts? Shuttle wing parts? You can make anything you want, Journey. I'm good. I just started with something basic. Remember, we still have to texture the lower hinge here. This is the hit detection in Kerbal because I made their boxes collide with each other. This is the exact same logic as hybrid tech, which you've seen me make very many times. I just made the hybrid, instead of using a bunch of different pieces in KSP, I just made one part that does the exact same thing. I can't explain that any more straightforward, dude. Like, I'm not sure where you're getting confused. Yeah, it's very simple. This part is colliding with that part because they have same vessel interaction on. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's the joke. Add load sideways to see if it can resist it. Hey Striker, 81
Go and
months.
throttle up.
Thank you. We still got to get the other part going. What is he building? This is a test rig for testing the strength of my hinge reinforcement parts, Steiner. Hey Tokyo, what's up, dude? Your favorite type of stream. Only this time I'm making custom modded parts to make my own stupid contraptions, dude. Mint. Hey Biff, how's the custom parts coming along? Good, man. Here, let's take this to the next level. I'm testing the bottom part, the upper part of the hinge is pretty much good to go. Let's up the ante, I guess. Do convex curves collide with each other properly? Yeah, Savvy. I mean, the way I made the concave mesh gliders, I made it pretty much in the exact same way you'd make like thermometers, dude. So, I mean, it depends on your shape at the end of the day, but the collision box for this looks exactly like that. The collider box for the clevis piece is that. That's what the colliders look like. It's just a bunch of convex mesh colliders just in a circle. That's it. I made the colliders thicker though. That's part of the reason why it's so strong. Thermal bearings are great, but it's easy to have stuff snap out of them because the collision box is so small. Kerbal might miss a physics tick if under performance, and it might just zap it. It might just move out. It won't detect the collision because that collider is so small. So I made the clevis super thick, so this thing will never pop out of it. It'll never miss a tick so much that you'll get to the point where it'll pop it out, or at least it shouldn't. Hey, French Invader. All right, we'll test this. What's the dry mass of that tank, just so we get a good analog? $260 So 140 plus one. Dude, my math is not good today. 140 plus 115 is 240, 250, 255, 256. 256 tons. So that tank's 22 tons by itself without fuel in it. It's 288 tons with fuel. French Invader
this is
gifted
space.
5 subs.
I'm in
Thank
space.
you. Just type math in chat. Yep. I understand the thermometer collider. I'm wondering if several baguette-shaped colliders around the ball would make it smoother. Purely a thought experiment. Oh, I see what you're saying. French Invader gifted 5 subs. So, Savvy, here, let me show you. So, if I have my center pin, right, and right now my colliders look like this. Obviously not to scale, please bear with me. Right? That's what it looks like. So the center is the spherical collider that we made in Unity, right? And I'm not sure what would happen if we did this. I'm not 100% sure. My guess is that it's gonna ride in. It's gonna want to ride in these pockets right here. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not 100% on that one. So, all right. Right now we're at 22 tons. Let's induce rocking behavior. Get rid of the torque on the motor. Okay. $140 tons. 200 tons. 288 tons. No problem. Like, no problem. Yeah, full 288 tons right there, just rocking back and forth on the hinge. It's deflecting, the hinge is bending, or at least it's trying to, but the colliders are preventing it from moving. It's definitely under load there, but yeah. And we basically shock loaded it too, which is pretty impressive. We went from 22 tons to 288 tons in like 10 seconds. In real life, that would be a shock load here, and you'd get extreme shearing forces on this hinge, but it doesn't look like it happened. Now, don't get me wrong, it's definitely upset. So here's what we're gonna do. Ready? Let's see if she pops back in. Oh yeah, yeah, pop back in, no problem. It's the joint up there that has problems. If anything, you're getting drift north of this part, interestingly enough. Oh. Yep. It popped out eventually. We don't talk about that game in here, kitty. No. I'm more kidding. Yeah, I don't know what happened, and that's what pisses me off about it. I don't like talking about it. It makes me very annoyed. We don't know what happened. They never told us what happened. They just got rid of everybody and then called it a day. Didn't even bother telling the community what was going on. It's pretty messed up. Pretty messed up. Yeah, Emmonsry, I know what you mean. Okay, hit SVI. Oh, look, popped right back into position. Time warp it. Untime warp. Nope, she good. Yep, no problem. All right, shock loaded back up again. I'm happy. You guys happy? I'm happy. Test side bending characteristics. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. We could make a side loading test stand here if we want. Like, now, I'll be honest with you, I really don't think it'll work. You'd have to tee up 3 or 4 of these in a row, but we could do that. I'll show you how. But I think this initial test is probably not going to work. Also, there's a quite big possibility that when we go to load this up with fuel, the whole thing tips over. Yeah, send it. Yes, Natalie, it would. You could cluster these hinges up, and the best part about it is that you don't need a G11 hinge for a secondary hinge. Just use the parts. There's no need for another G11. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Good, Pudmund. So here, watch. Here's what we do. Copy this, right? Separate that, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Take this piece, right? Same thing. I gotta mess with my attachment points because they're pretty atrocious. Now we take these hinges and we make sure they're set, right? Make sure they're set to absolute and make sure we absolute snap them into position. Just like that. We could even grandparent strut these things. If we really want to. Grandparent strut them, call it a day. Now, give me the upper attachment piece. And we just take the upper attachment piece. Using absolute snap, hang on. Absolute snap them into position, turn on SVI. Turn on SVI. These don't need a G11 in it. The G11 is really only for attachment, guys. That's all. We have to give a little bit of spacing. Turn on same vessel interaction there. We can run a grandparent strut. Run a grandparent strut there. Do the same thing there. Do the same thing there. SVI is on. If you want, we can run struts, but I personally don't really think we need them. But see what it does now. How about now? How about now? I'm gonna load up one at a time. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, it does not like that at all. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's holding. All right, let's break it. Boom. Ready? That's gonna break. Nice. That's so good. How much fuel do one of those tanks have? How much fuel did we just load this up with? Oh. Yeah. Six, 65, 66? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. This will be that was like 72 tons almost. Yeah. 72 ton, you know, it's like 60 something or other. My math brain is not good today. But yeah, that's it's pretty good. I bet you it would hold it if we added another set. If we added 2 sets, top and bottom, and then strutted them appropriately, you'd probably hold up 288 tons, no problem. I'm not worried. So like, I don't know, if somebody wanted to make chopsticks on a Mechazilla, this part might be useful. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Oh, this would let me do the Buran erector properly. Now I need this part. Let me finish the other side and then I will. All right. So let's dump the test stand, dump those parts because we're going to get the blue part fixed. I'm just going to leave that stand like that. And yeah, the hinges are insanely strong. It can take on a longitudinal, a longitudinal load we took up to 288 tons. It could probably do more, and it survived under time warp with 288 tons with one hinge. One hinge. Pretty damn strong. Yeah. Definitely got to make a thin version without the space for the hinge. Yeah, we could. Anyway, save this crap file back out of KSP. The bottom one. Check the other directional load for chopstick use. 72 ton shear load when the pivoting axis is perpendicular with gravitational acceleration. It took 72 tons to break it. So what is that? 90 metric tons are roughly 7.5 meters away from rotating point. You can calculate max torque. We're moving, taking into account tank mass, Rocket Guy, which is about 20 tons on that tank, about 60 tons of fuel. Yeah, it took 65 tons of fuel combined with tank dry mass, because mass calculation is from center of mass point, origin point on the object, right? So yeah, it's pretty damn strong. You could do the calculations for it. What would you need? Trig? You need to use trig and some calculus there, I think. I don't know what. I know what it's doing. I wouldn't be able to do the calculations because I'm having trouble with addition today, man. Let me put it to you like that. Distance times force. Yeah, you'd have to measure how long that tank is. Let's just say it's 10 meter. No, probably seven, yeah, roughly 7.5. You're right, yeah. It's pretty strong, dude. Pretty strong hinge. All right, so where do we want to go from here? We could upgrade, we could start texturing the other piece, or we could finish texturing this piece. Torque equals distance times force, sine angle of applied forces, where angle of applied force is 90 degrees. So sine 90 equals 1. The commander can choose the music of this freely. What was the what music did the guy play? Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. All right, anyway. So yeah, what do we want to do? We could finish that, or we could start texturing the other piece. You made this tiny version of this hinge just for fun, started this morning. Oh, look at the, hey, oh, Chloe, oh, look at it, it's tiny, it's so small. It's so small. Yes, yes, awesome. Look at that little guy. Hybrid Tech Hinge 01 and 02. Look at that. That's for the G0. It's so small. That's so good. Cool. Right on. Hopefully people learn something about putting parts into KSP. I don't know if I taught you anything, Chloe, but hopefully. If not, it's still cool. It's still a cool piece. Hey, you got gifted a sub because
this
of
is
it.
space. I'm in space.
Can I link a rocket video on YouTube? Get perms from a mod, sure. Dude, this thing is so sick, man. I'm super happy with this thing. Super happy with this thing. So based on that hinge test, assuming that is the 5-meter diameter tank, it is. So perhaps like 1.5 that radius for center of mass location. That torque is 7.5 meters times 85 metric tons times 9.81 meters a second squared, which equals about 62,247,500 Newton meters, or 4.6 million, 4,607,920 foot-pounds of torque far out. Holy crap, that hinge is strong. Wow, we made something pretty strong here, dudes. She's beefy. That's a lot of dimp. What am I looking at here? Baz, what do we got? This might get loud from what you were telling me. Thank you for giving me a warning. Headphone users. This is InnoSpace upper stage hybrid rocket engine hot fire test, Hyper 3 at 30 kilonewtons. Igniter. Vacuum testing. There's your igniter, and second igniter. Yep, you're good. Hybrid engine, electric pump cycle. That elect pump cycle. Wait a minute, it's not pressure. It's not a pressure fed hybrid. Oh, whoa! Look at the big brain on Brett. That sound though. Oh! Ooh. Oh. Rocket guy, three-stage igniter. Am I looking at that right? 3-stage ignition. So, guys, with SRBs, there's basically a spark plug at the top, but sometimes a spark plug isn't enough to light the solid fuel on fire. So sometimes that spark plug feeds a smaller SRB that's encased inside of your SRB to make the initial ignition bigger and bigger and bigger over time, which is why you see here, gotta love all that melting aluminum or whatever metal oxide they're using. So first igniter, ready? First igniter, second igniter, third igniter. Oh! Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on there. Yeah, I think. To understand the power of this, you needn't look no further than the bolts being used to hold it together. That's pretty strong. And apparently it's using electronic oxidizer injection, which is, it's pretty trick, dude. It's pretty cool. SRBception. That's right, Vargon. That's pretty much exactly what happens. You have a solid rocket motor firing into a bigger solid rocket motor, firing into an even bigger solid rocket motor, firing into your main solid rocket motor. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Also, another thing that happens is sometimes they heat up the propellants first. You get a little heated in there to get them nice and, you know, ready to pop, and then you hit the igniter. It depends on the SRB. First would be the fuel lead, then the igniter. They could have multiple igniters, but I think it's a ramp-up time to ensure all oxidizer in the cavity is burning that they bring the fuel flow up to full throttle. So, Rocket got my question now is that if that's an SRB, how are they metering fuel flow? Wouldn't it be oxidizer injection here because hybrid? Am I not I'm not I missed something. Guys, I fear I might be wrong about the ignition with this particular design. Other SRBs do igniter into igniter into igniter. It can be either liquid fuel or liquid oxidizer. I guess you're right. Yeah, I kind of assumed that this is some type of nitrous injection system, but if they're using a pump, it's clearly not oxidizer. Unless they're injecting liquid oxygen into this thing. In which case, it's hard to say because they don't really show it. I guess we don't know what if they're using solid oxidizer. We don't know. Still cool. Very impressive. Yeah, Endo, I remember. Maybe they pump a catalyst. It's possible. Still really cool, though. That's pretty impressive stuff, dude. Neat, Baz. Very impressive. All right. It isn't really an SRB, which has the oxidizer and fuel mixed into it. Typically, they're liquid oxidizer like LOX and just fuel in solid form. Yeah, so you need both to flow and mix to burn. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. You still need to get some flow in the combustion chamber for... Would it be atomization, Rocket Guy? I need the book. I need the book. The LOX for sure. Yeah, how do you atomize into a solid? That's... Suppose you just spray it on it, right? Like... Give me 1 second, I gotta find it. I need a different book. Yeah, might need a different book for that one. Yeah, we might need a different book. Just saying. Liquid, in fact, is not solid, so I might need to go find an SRB book out there. But anyway, let's get back to work. All right. Let's at least get a better version of this lower part in place. I'm getting an upgraded version of the hinge. What's the stabilizer part in SRB fuel? Long story short, you'd put a stabilizer in there to make sure you get a nice uniform explosion. When you cast solid rocket propellant, it's cast like concrete, and just like concrete, you can get air pockets in it. You can get air bubbles. Those little air bubbles in there can throw off your mixture and make transient kind of combustion chamber pressure, I guess would be the right way to say it. So you put a stabilizer in there to make sure that that takes up the space instead. You have rocket propulsive elements. It's in the house because I have a digital copy of it, Rocket. All right, cool. Binders like hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene (HTPB) act as a matrix to hold the fuel and oxidizer particles together in a solid mass. The binder keeps the propellant grain structurally stable. Oh, that too. Hold this one for news. Okay. All right. Starlink installs will continue until morale improves. Nodders. Purple. It's thinking. I'm thinking. You never get stuck while thinking? All right, that's fair. So, can I spend the time between now and Space News playing with the parts? Can we do that more? Would anybody be against this? No? 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 Cranes? Everybody would be happy with this. Can't wait to see the SSTO fly off the pad again. Let it rip. Okay. Well, all right. Let's take R10B. 8, 21, 24. Rocket Guy's waiting for EJ's two-part guide points to replace those thermometers and RCS balls. So will the new parts be called EJ Tech? I just call them Hybrid Tech, dude. Okay. Can't remember how I did this. Yeah, lulz, we could do that. I was trying to get some photos of the parasids this past week. It's saw a long chain of satellites pass around at 5 a.m. local PDT. What day, Honda? From southwest to northeast. Yeah, I know exactly what that was. What day it is. What day was it? I can tell you the exact rocket launch. So, this past weekend, Saturday. All right, give me 1 second. Launch this past. It was on Saturday. You saw. What day is it? It's Wednesday. Were the satellites uniformly spaced, Honda? Like, uniformly spaced in a chain?
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, I'm sorry, near normal temperatures in March. And a
Very uniformly.
An active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th.
How many of them were there, you think? 30, 40, 20?
If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us, and you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope. Channel 11 here at 220 East 42nd Street.
It was on the 17th, probably around 30, hard to say. So that was a bunch of different satellites, dude. Yeah, you saw the transporter mission. Actually, no, transporter wouldn't have been going in that direction. Southwest to northeast. No, no. You saw 10-5. You saw Starlink satellites. I'm 100% sure. This mission also was a bunch of different satellites, the Transporter 11 mission, right? But that was a Vandenberg mission, and it was a 97-degree insertion. It's a retrograde orbit, so there's no way those satellites could have gone from southwest to northeast. Starlink, on the other hand, is in a 54-degree inclined orbit, so check this out. If you saw them going southwest to northeast, you saw the boosting chain from Starlink 10.5, which is Slick 40. That launched on Tuesday. Took a long time for those satellites to boost, though. Yeah, you saw Starlinks, dude. Starlink chain is really cool to see. It's very interesting. Those satellites have, or I could just go to the title screen. Those satellites, Honda have collision avoidance systems. So basically what SpaceX does, they stack them up in Falcon 9 on a payload attachment fitting, and then they have like tensioner rods that just let go. They start spinning the stage around end over end, and the satellites are obviously on the end. They have the tensioner rods and they let them go. They just fly off the side and burn up, and the satellites just fold out like a deck of cards, almost like 52 pickup style. And they bump into each other, they move around, they bounce off of each other, and then once they get far enough apart away, they all turn on, right? And then they all level, and they detect the other satellites around, and then they basically fly in formation. Dude, it is, I'm telling you, man, it's wild stuff. The satellites are like turn on like a drone swarm, and then they use their thrusters to line up, and they go around in a chain a couple of times. And each time they go around in a chain to get the proper spacing, one satellite boosts,
Go and throttle up.
right? To get the right spacing, they'll boost it to the higher orbit, And then every time the chain goes around, they'll boost another one, and another one, and another one until there's no chain left. Dude, it's wild stuff. I mean, actually, to be honest, they don't exactly work like that. They all boost over time, but that's the idea. It's like follow the leader, but with satellites. So they're coded to fly in formation like that for a couple of orbits. This one is really weird because that's a couple of days. That launched on Tuesday. And you saw it on Saturday. That's a long time for the train to be training. Usually it's only for a couple of days, but yeah, that does happen. Yeah, oh yeah, Starlink trains. Really cool stuff. Hey, Honda, thanks for the sub, man. Yeah, those satellites are like a drone, like a satellite drone swarm. That's the only way to have like collision avoidance working correctly when you have a satellite constellation that looks like that. They have to automatically be able to detect themselves and then steer themselves out of the way. That's part of the reason why Starlink is allowed, because you'd think launching 3,000 bajillion satellites would cause some pretty intense problems. Yeah, that's broken. Yeah, see, there it is. I wasn't getting it exactly right. That's Starlink. Not yesterday's launch since you saw it on 8/17. Oh, excuse me, then it would have been 10/7. Sorry. Still, I mean, same logic applies. But yeah, pretty crazy, dude. Those satellites are pretty awesome. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, that's a weird one because SpaceX has honestly been doing a lack of Starlink missions lately. They had Worldview 3.4, they had ASBM, they had Transporter, and we've only seen 1 or 2 Starlink missions in the past week and a half, which is very abnormal. But anyway. So in essence, Starlink knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. It not only does it not know where it is and not know where it isn't, it also knows where the other Starlinks are and where they aren't. True story. I think. Why is it called Starlink? It's just a bunch of satellites around the Earth and only for Earth-based services as far as I know. Why are you named Ilona? Ilona is obvious. It's a lot like Elon, so you're definitely not Elon Musk. So why did you name yourself that? As far as I know, you're not Elon Musk. Ilona, I think you take things way too literally. Way too literally. Like, yeah. Elon, revision A. It raises false expectations. No, it doesn't. It's raising false expectations with you. It's a proper noun. You can name it whatever you want. You could name it Bananarama for all I care, but you'd probably make a big deal out of it because it has nothing to do with bananas or having fun. Like, I don't understand. You like you're Ilona, you're the only person I've ever seen make a big deal out of the name. And what happens if SpaceX uses it for communications across our solar system? It's very clear from Polaris Dawn that they're looking to expand Starlink for optical communications for trans-Martian flights in the future. It's one of the main objectives of the Polaris Dawn mission launching sometime next week, right? So is it possible that maybe it'll expand into a stellar communications network across our solar system? It's possible. So is it false advertising? I don't know. Should they change the name? Brand recognition. Changing the name after a product is well established seems to not be the right idea. Twitter. But it could happen. Yeah, the only one making a big deal out of this is you. To be honest with you, you're the only one making a big deal out of it. I've talked to hundreds of people, probably thousands of people at this point about Starlink, what it does and what it is. Everybody understands the expectation that the name of it is a proper noun. You know, what the hell does Google do? Google's name has nothing to do with what they do. You're the only one making a big deal out of this, dude. Just saying. That's the beauty of the English language. All right. Change your name as far as I know, you're not a space agency. Yeah, I don't... Peculiar. Jody, I'm gonna use my hinge parts. I don't have the second part textured, but it's 4 o'clock. We got to do space news at 5. So I think I'm going to refit one of my launch pads, because this was the solution before I made the hinge. You find parts to make hinges out of in KSP. We don't need to do that no more. We don't need to do that no more. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. So I want to spend the rest of the time messing with these hinges, because I thought it'd be cool. Problem. No collision mesh here. Something is wrong with the colliders on the lower hinge part. So I'm gonna save this. And we need to pop out of KSP for a second. So we should have 32 of these colliders. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 16-sided mesh. Right. So we should have 33 parts, 33 colliders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Hang on. 1. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, we're good. Sweet. Clevis master part. Don't write it. Put it in D parts. Write that out. Go here. Clevis 1A into D parts here. That's the most updated file. Paste, replace. Cool. Let's mess with that launch pad. Get this before you face the wall, comrade. Jeez. You know what, man? We're turning around. We're basically gonna break the dollar debt cycle in our workers save, and I really want to play it. Damn it. But we got summer car tonight. I want to play it. I want to play it. I want to play it. Oh, I'm resisting the urge because we have to stick to the schedule. Stick to the plan, chums. The pipeline can't wait. Oh, I want to play it so bad. Oh, you're not taking MSC from me. No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying all I'm saying is that I want to play it. I want to play it. I know you guys don't want it. I know. I just want to play the damn game. That's all. Freaking adulting, man. Sucks. Maybe we could play workers instead of space. No. I refuse. No.
approximately joining us tonight, some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Let's hit the road.
Well, let's hit the road.
I really have to redo the attachment on these parts. The surface attachment configuration is awful. So right now what we're doing is I'm reconfiguring this pad to use the Hybrid Tech hinges. Based off of what I saw, I don't think we need a centralized hinge piece here. Pretty sure the rest of this should click all this right into place every time. Before I redid this by putting another set in here, I really don't think we need to do that. Yeah, in fact, I'm pretty damn confident we don't need to do that. Based off of the loads that we saw that were encountered during our testing, pretty sure we're good to go. Okay, the next thing would be down here. We need to get rid of that. We have another G11. Yeah, okay. Get rid of that. 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 Okay. Yeah, baby. Ooh, we gotta be careful. My gliders, I'm not sure if that's gonna mess up or not. We'll see. Oh boy. Front that to the outside. Move these down. There we go. Okay. All right, guys. I think we're good. Yeah. So we brought it down from like 970 something to 928. Do you remember that nice long stretch of I-15 and I-40 when we were just starting the journey? Well, that's where I am right now, but this time I have air conditioning. All right. Cool, man. That's cool, man. All right, dudes. Let's switch over here. Save this bad boy. If you strut that, nothing will move. No, we're good. We're good, dude. Did you save that bad boy? It do be saved though. Somebody shout Star Trek? Star Trek! No, I don't think so. All right, let's go down in here. Okay. All right, let's open up our Reading is Fun books, SSDO procedure books, to page 69. We're going to begin our integration operations here. That starts with extending. Oh, you know what I should do, dudes? I should, hang on. We should restart because the joystick isn't plugged in. It's hard to fly this thing without it. For some reason, my computer doesn't like plug and play all of a sudden. Not going to read too much into that, but you know, it's probably something not good. So I got to restart this computer here to do this right. So let's just leave that as is, right? The whole pad looks like some sort of Star Wars ship. Cool. You know what? We'll put this stuff to the test. I'll do the integration procedures now, and then when the thing is in the upright, will do what I would never dream of doing. Reload. Yeah, that would be a death. That would be death in mission mode. So either gonna get a launch or explosions. Either way, you're gonna have a lot of fun, right? So let's get her going. So go here like this. Deploy those to 60 degrees. These are alignment brakes. Here, deploy those, set them to 50. So what we gotta do, gotta go in here. It actually does look like a Y-wing. Okay. Undock the SSTO. Good. SSDO is out of the way. It's, well, not totally. My rule of thumb was to make sure that the nozzle exit clears that piece. That's when you know you have enough clearance. Okay, cool. All right. Set those to 70. Hold the vehicle in place. Okay, cool. Now, we should make our master rotational controller should be locked out. Launchbox rotational control is on. Erector control off. Overclock is enabled. Debug rotational controller should be locked out. Cool. Okay, launchbox rotational control. We need to hit 1 to get our collisions working. So gliders are on. Now what we need to do with this is hit 2, unlock this from its latching position, and hit play. Oh, come on. We didn't have SVI clicked out on one of these things. That's okay. AGs are working correctly. Okay, the box is moving into position. Oh, those hinges are working excellent, dude. Let's get a control from here. Make sure that our pitch equals 0 on lock. What are the temps on those RCS balls? Ambient. So we're at 2.2. Want to make sure that number is as close to 0 as possible. Good. We're basically right on it. All right. Take that hinge. It's set to 0.1. Lock into position. Okay. Hinge is locked. We're good. All right. Now, our hinges are not deflecting at all, which is fantastic. They're working just fine. Should probably put something here to make it not look like those hinges are floating in 3D space, but whatever. Okay, now what we're gonna do, switch back over to the SSTO, right? Remove the brakes, and we are going to push. Sure. Set these back to deploy limit 70. We're gonna push these here a little bit so the SSTO gets in line. Just got to go back a little bit more. All right, get the pushers. 3P6. Raise the vehicle up and in. Perfect. Lower those. Lower those. Lower that. All right, next thing we're gonna do, move this thing up into position here. Okay, lock that out. We have same vessel collision enabled on these pieces here. So what we do now, same vessel collision is there, same vessel collision on the gear. All right, critical phase right here. Take that and unlock it. That front jack should hold us in position. Shouldn't really see, we should see minimal movement here. That's okay, that's fine. Okay, our launch box rotational controller should be on. Erector controller should be on. Master rotational control should be on. Set to forward. We're unlocked on that. We're unlocked on that. Okay, we are go for spacecraft rotation here. That control point on our rotation docking port there. Spacecraft rotation and box rotation has been initiated. Yes, Rocket Guy, that's correct. Yeah, the problem is that everything would just bend out of shape over time. Technically, I should have another set of my hinges right here, but because these parts will still drift, but okay, master rotational control. Oh. Rector undock. VSS retraction. I mean, Rocket God, the other thing to take into account that there was some slop with the hybrid hinges because I didn't make them. There was always some play in the hinge design. There's no play in this hinge design, which is already telling me that we're getting better results because that thing is pointed exactly straight up. You couldn't get that more straight up unless you put it into the SPH and turned it upright and hit the launch button. Look, we are 90. Dead on balls 90. That's perfect. The reason why it's going between 89, 9, and 90 is because the thing's wiggling. It's showing up as a slight 100th of a decimal point degrees a second radian movement rate. So your parts now help ensure alignment for reuse. Yeah, you're saying that now. Yep. We're on the same page, dude. Why haven't we built a spaceship together in real life? I'll build you the launch pad. I'll build you the launch pad good. Dead on RCS balls accurate. It's an industry term. Okay, so what we should be able to do here is go down under. Gonna go down under here and that hinge won't lock. See, we're still not perfect. Something else is throwing us off. If I had to guess, it's the collision down here in our interfacing point, because I have another hinge. I have a toggleable collision RCS ball that basically is a latch. You have same vessel collision disabled when it goes through it, and then when it sets in the thermometer, you re-enable it. That prevents the pad, the whole launch box from tilting during engine ignition. And yeah, there's still some stuff we could get right better. We're 0.3 degrees off. That's it. Yeah, it's gonna, there's a rounding error going on there. That's what I would want, is to lock that out, but that's okay. All right. Director control, reverse, play. Custom SVI hold down pin. Yep. Latching mechanisms, Luke. Sure. I could make the X33 hold downs, dude, if you really want. Oh gosh. I could make the X33 hold down points if you really want. Like, that's not a big deal. Don't forget the bi-lobe tanks. If I could make carbon composite bi-lobe tanks for this thing, we'd be pretty much cheating at that point, Chief. It's 90 flat, Alex, yeah. Much less play in the hinges, dude. We're still getting a little bit, though. The reason why this thing is showing a 3-degree difference, once again, is because of these hold down points in the grip pad collision mesh. We probably don't even need the grip pad anymore. In fact, toggling vessel collision on the grip pad may have knocked it into alignment. Here, pin that while the transporter erector is retracting, and then set that. Oh yeah, we're over rotating. Just a little bit. We're over rotating. That's all. Yeah, it won't let us lock that motor out. So the launch box is over rotated a little bit, but it's interesting because the SSTO is pointed directly straight up, which means there's some type of play here. But in this particular instance, that play is working for our advantage because that thing is straight up. The lunchbox. Yeah. Lunchbox. Do you think Scotland will become a regular launching point or just for small random stuff? Regular, probably about as frequent as Wallops, if Rocket Factory Augsburg has their way. Okay. T's in the downward position. That's fine. It can stay like that. It's okay. All right. Transporter erector rotational control is locked out. Good. Master rotational control locked out. Launchbox rotational control locked out. Okay. We're good for fueling, dudes. Let's do it. We need FLA 151L, 2 A15s, and then we have our Mark II to 125. X200, 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 X200. That's payload fuel. Fuselage right there. X232, 232, X200-32, X200-32. X216 goes right there. 16 goes right there. All right, pin that. All right, let me just clean this up. If it looks like a lot, yes, it is. This is the to make X-33 style fuel tanks. I combined a bunch of different fuel tanks to get this to work right. Okay, we are go for fueling. We need to open up the fueling fill and drain valves. Enable our cross feed. Enable cross feed. Okay, fill and drain valves are open. Go for fuel. Could you automate this with CALs? No, we'd need to use KRPC to do it, Jim Boy. There's a payload on board, Den. We'll deploy the payload and then we'll come back down. I thought RFA wanted to go to French Guiana. I don't know, maybe. It's Windows! Order today! You don't get Windows. This is what you get today.
Oh, I've been married a long time ago. Where do you come from? What year to go? What do you come from? Bacalado. Oh, I've been married a long time ago. Where do you come from? What do you go? What do you come from? Chickenado.
Sorry. You don't like that? All right. It's fair. Well, hello. What's up, Adam? You evil, evil man. No? Fine, jeez. How much do you want to listen to Windows music? Makes me happy. Oh, nice, Adam. There you go.
How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen
to this incredible music.
Windows.
Makes me happy.
Windows integrates reverse easy. Can you believe it?
Well, technically,
No!
Don't answer.
Now we can paste this Ferrari into Windows Light.
Wow. Not really sure what that is.
Get no extra charge. A card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, that's right. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's an incredible value, but it's true. It's free screensavers.
Free screensavers.
Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today.
I got you, Stella.
Wow. That's right.
What?
It's just $9.
I just can't afford it.
Wait just 1 minute. I love Windows from Microsoft.
It takes a second to fuel, guys. No, don't time warp through fueling. You could shock load the hold down points, which was the reason why the SSTO program didn't end very well. See, yeah, see that? They're already struggling. They're struggling. They're already struggling there. Gary, you're getting a lot faster. Hold down parts next. I don't know, dudes. Do we want to just make a bunch of parts to make the SSTO work, or do we want to, like, oh, I don't know, like go make a shuttle pad or something? Like, how cool would that be? That'd be pretty neat. Yeah, you probably still need pins. You're right. Make a modular launch pad parts. Yeah, I know. I mean, doing all the small parts on the X-33 is a great way to provide their viability for other launch pads. Okay. Lightweight pin, very heavy cup. Okay. An actual crawler, we can do a bunch of stuff, man. I forgot how to fly this thing, by the way. Yeah, that's not having a good day. Hit the space bar. Duh. Oh. Yeah, okay. What do you guys think? Your abandoned bird config. Oh, nice. Oh, looks good. You got Slick 6. Nice. $500 KK status. Alleviate those hinge parts. I put them in position, and we're using them on the SSDO pad. The small one, at least. I don't know, Daitor. I have not even seen remotely any construction on that mobile service tower for 39A. Seen nothing of the sort. My guess is that we haven't seen any construction for it. It probably means that they're doing something different. I have a theory for what they're doing, but we don't know for sure. So we could make throttleable SRBs in an accurate diameter orange ET. I mean, maybe we could like write a script to do this for us. Hey, you gotta have, it's a slow fuel flow. We're flowing hydrogen, all right? It's an SSTO after all. We're not flowing hydrogen at all. I just made that up. The reason why is that in Kerbal, when you flow big tank to small tank, your feed rate goes down. Small tank to big tank feed rate goes up. It depends on the volume of the tank comparatively to another one. So if you have a gigantic tank feeding a small tank, it's gonna go really slow. So this is my fuel farm right here, or the pad fuel farm right there, and the rest is all the tanks for the SSDO.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It just takes a second to load, dudes. In real life, people, yeah. In Kerbal, no. You still on the hinge parts? Sure. My hinge parts are right there. See 'em? We have to do a couple more texture passes on them to make them really look right, but yeah, they do look pretty good. Oh, Erudite, don't tempt me with a good time. I see, yeah, no, I see what you're doing. Oh crap, hold down point failure. That's what doomed us. It hurts so much. It hurts. It hurts. I guess we're making hold down points next. Bros! Let's go! Yeah! Awesome! Wait. Oh, yeah! The hinges are intact! I am invincible! Was it good for you too, chat? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some pins or something. I don't know. I'm sorry that was anticlimactic, except for the end. The end was pretty cool. Yeah, so I'd say the hinges are doing okay, but yeah, that's the problem I couldn't solve. Couldn't solve it in KSP. Yeah, just there's no part that can withstand the force of that thing pushing down on it. That thing is a lot heavier when there's a lot more fuel in it. The hinges being so strong now maybe lets stress move elsewhere in the build. I think so. We gotta finish the hinges though, guys, so we'll we spent the majority of the day troubleshooting and testing the parts, but yeah, tomorrow we'll I'll just finish the texturing work and call it a day. Then maybe we'll work on pins. I mean, are we making parts to make the SSTO pad more reliable? Like, is that what we're doing? Like, I don't know. Hey, you got hinges to work. You'll get the hold downs to be fixed, no doubt. All right. I mean, if this isn't mission mode or anything, guys, but we could, yeah, we could get this working. You'd say they'd be good for all pads? Worst case scenario, we can make a trailer hitch out of it. Yeah. Make a trailer hitch. Actually, what I want to do with this, Raid, I think it was Raid had this idea yesterday, dudes. We have the big version of this for the G11 hinge. I want to make a small version of it for the G0. And I want to revisit the K200. That K200 that has the crane attached to the back. If we reinforce those hinges, the G00s, by shrinking this part, right? We reinforce it, and then we could make a little cherry picker on the back of our truck. I thought it would be cool. It wouldn't take much to do that. People, hey, thanks for the bits, man. It would just be a resize. Yeah, same texture, same everything. Just resize it. Yeah, we would need to study load distribution. But yeah, I think the hinges ended up being so strong, it pushed yeah, the tolerances on them are so tight, it made another thing not as tight. Tight! Actually, guys, the right way to do this would be to have two sets of 4 pins. We would need pins at the bottom of the launch box, so the launch box can set correctly and line up correctly, right? And then we'd need another set of pins on the hold downs for the actual SSTO. Yeah, that would be how I would want to do that. But yeah, that's sorry we didn't get a launch. That is the reason why the SSTO drove me to have a nervous breakdown and stop playing Kerbal for a good amount of time. But anyway, we'll finish up the textures for this hinge tomorrow. Oh, geez, that's a lot of links. Not news, it's just a cool video. Okay. Cool. Can we make a box with integrated pins? Yeah, Chief, but I really want to make sure my parts are supplementary to what we already have. Yeah, I really want to make sure they're supplementary, and I don't want to leave these parts half finished. So we got to do the textures for the bottom one, but the textures for the bottom one will take a couple hours at best. I also want to redo some of the top textures here. I want to get rid of the caution tape on the top and replace it with the plus and the minus. And then put the caution tape on the bottom like the actual hinge. The dots aren't big enough. We need to make the dots bigger, and my adapter piece right here is going in the wrong direction. The rectangle needs to be going that way. So we do have a couple of things that we need to change, but, and then if we could do a normal map for this, I'm pretty sure you could do a normal map just by taking the saturation out of the texture and then inverting it. I think that's how that works. When you get a chance, there's a meme in your Discord inbox. You know, I get like memes in my Discord inbox like 4 or 5 times a day from different people. Oh God. No. I want the caboose. So I would really like to normals I created from a height map. Yeah, so if you grayscale your texture alpha, that should do it, right? You got to grayscale your texture. That should make what we want. I think. All right, let me save out Unity. Let me save out of Maya. Yeah, a pin is not just simply making a ball in a cup, dude. We need to... The X33 pins they're frangible nut. So, yeah, we got to figure something out there. Maybe an auto strut to overcome it. But, yeah, here, take a look real quick, and then I'll title card us. I'll go down to the house real quick, and then we'll start Space News. These pictures from the pad testing can tell us. See, look. So you have your pin, right? And then there's a frangible nut in here that holds the pin in there. And the reason why these are so thick, the reason why they're so thick like that is because when the nut explodes, it's like a shotgun blast going off, and you want it contained inside of a box because you don't want it for explosions happening near the bottom of your vehicle. There's your Rofies right there. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, this is what the pad is based off of. But yeah, see, look, there's an alignment pin right there. See what I'm talking about? So this looks like you have a guide dowel that's down in the, or a guide piece that's down in the flame trench. The box moves over that piece, and then there's a hydraulic that slides a pin in there to prevent the pad from moving. Which is funny because I don't think I knew that until I looked at this a second ago, and I have a very, very similar system on mine. That's kind of cool. Convergent design. I mean, that's going to copy design. Why would the pad use frangible? It's got to be that's got to be frangible, Rocket Guy. It's got to be a frangible nut in an explosive bolt. It has to be. I bet you they're derived from the SRB hold down points. Looking at this, the way this is set up, it's probably, it could be SRB, it could be Delta, could be Delta 4. That kind of does look like Delta 4's attachment pins, kind of. The X33 pad is really cool. It's actually a super awesome design. Yep, see, there's your pin in your key. Neuralink's second patent is doing trick shots in Counter-Strike. Okay. Yeah, see. Why can't you just have an I-beam cradle to take some of the load pre-launch? What? This was the vehicle hold down point, Rocket Guy. Yeah, those 1, 2, 3, and 4. Instead of that would be your T0 and T1 carrier umbilical plates, and then inside of that would be 2 RS-2200s pointed down. On the X33's design, at least. Yeah, umbilicals are... Actually, you know what? No, that's incorrect. Umbilicals are outside of the hold downs in this design. Right now, there's just a mass simulator for where your T0 and T1 carrier umbilical would be. But it is a modular sub-assembly from what I can see from this. See that rusty piece right in there? With a block of concrete attached to it? That's where the vehicle's umbilicals would be. Because the X33 did... Oh, hey, baby. Nice truck. Nice truck. Yeah, because, yeah, see? You would have had hold down points here, 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 and here, and then T0 and T1. Liquid fuel and oxidizer right next to each other. That whole box would have interfaced to this piece right here. I'm telling you, man, this thing was so dirty. It was so good. It sucks that they never made it. It sucks complete donkey poop. Because this thing was really close to being finished. Sucks. Yeah, see, there's another mass simulator there. So that the carrier umbilicals weren't done. But we know they were made. We know they made them because I saw them in a video very recently. I'll be right back. I'll see you for Space News. Give me about 15. We'll start at 1/2 past. BRB. KK 17 months, keep
Discovery, go
trucking
and
and doing
throttle up.
space things. Yep. I'll be back momentarily.